Good evening. I'd like to call to order this regular town council meeting for Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. Please rise for a moment of silence. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson?
Here.
Carmody?
Here.
Fishbein?
Here.
Laffin?
Here.
Marone?
Here.
Tata?
Here.
Testa?
Here.
Zandri?
Here.
And Chairman Cervoni.
Here. Can I get a motion on the consent agenda, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve or accept consent agenda items A through G and H as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 4, there are no items removed from the consent agenda. On to item 5, the public question and answer period. On the left there, the plaid shirt. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Larry Morgenstein, South Main Street.
Apologies, I didn't recognize you.
Well, so much has changed since I've last been here.
Yes.
Through the chair to the mayor and legal counsel, on your June 14th meeting, you and the council went into executive session and you dealt with a lawsuit against the town that dates back to 2018. What's your obligation to telling the public about these settlements? Are you going to make a public statement as to the settlement?
There's no legal requirement that we don't normally do a press release when cases are settled. It's not something we've ever normally done.
But don't you believe that the public has a right to know about these settlements, especially ones that affect, this looks to go a little beyond where commissioners are going to be attending training sessions. There's an amount of, well, again, I'd rather have it come from you, but if not, I'll say what the settlements are.
Well, as you know, it was a claim based upon a zoning board of appeals decision denying variances for the enlargement of a house, and the claims were made under ADA and the Federal Housing Act that they were entitled to those. The board disagreed. They went to CHRO, and then it ended up in court, and the town has just recently, through the insurance company, settled the case. It does involve a monetary sum of $285,000, most of it for attorney's fees. And part of the agreement was that the board and staff will be doing some training in that type of area for ADA claims and Fair Housing Act, and we're also going to create a specific policy that will be used, a procedure to be used to handle matters in the future. So, we do believe that the board acted in good faith, however it is you see the case, but it was in everybody's best interest that it resolve in the manner that it did. So that's a very short version of it. So hopefully as we move forward, these types of matters in the land use area are not plentiful. I do remember doing research nationwide and didn't really find too many cases on it, particularly of this size. But we're going to strive to do better. and get the training and develop a policy that we hope will be beneficial to everyone who wants to apply, making that type of a claim.
So we have volunteers, basically, from the
Correct.
public that come and sit on these boards and commissions. They volunteer their time, they give a lot to the community. Why haven't we trained them in the past? Why haven't we fully equipped them to make these decisions?
Well, they have had some training. They have not had, or maybe very limited training specifically on this topic. So we're going to look to correct that and do that on a more regular basis. You know, my hope is that we expand that training. You know, I'm in the process of contacting CHRO about setting it up and perhaps broadening it to include others that are not bound by the agreement to do the training, including myself. So, you know, that's our goal, is to get it right, and we hope to do that in the future.
Now, is there going to be any consequence in terms of, there were statements made, it was reported in the Record Journal in 2019, that, again, the plaintiffs were alleging that one of the ZBA members made some certain statements about medical conditions that were inappropriate, that fed into this. Now, I know that in this settlement, the town claims no responsibility or liability in this. But the fact is that we're sending people up there. This is also the gentleman that this town council reappointed a few months ago with very questionable statements on his social media. Now we go back, and this was an ongoing case. It wasn't like this was a surprise. This was an article in 2019. The case was 2018, where these remarks were alleged. But he was reappointed. Do these people continue? Again, these are volunteers, but again, would it be appropriate for this person, maybe some others, to step down and others to take over? Again, they served, and they should be thanked for it, but is it appropriate?
It is not my decision to make whether somebody serves or not, but I very strongly believe that they acted in good faith. They may have made mistakes. Our goal is, and our obligation is, to assist them so that it doesn't happen again. There will be no such claim submitted to them that my office is not more intimately involved in. I'm going to assure that everyone of that, to make sure that we get it right. That still doesn't mean that there wouldn't necessarily be disagreements as to what the decision is. And there's, you know, an administrative appeal is also something that can be pursued if something is not to someone's liking, just like in any other type of land use decision. So,
yeah, I just want to read a few things about this settlement. So at one point in the settlement, the court granted summary judgment.
Mr. Morgenstein, you're not getting picked up by the microphone. You're
Sorry.
also well over 3 minutes, so you might want to just see how many other people want to use some of this time. Are there other people who want to come up during public question and answer? All right, there's 2 more. Okay. Well, just, Mr. Morgenstein, if you want to just wrap up.
Yeah, I could wrap up.
Thank you.
In summary, but found there was a genuine issue of material fact on the fair housing claims which required a trial by a fact finder. I mean, they saw enough there that they said it should go to a trial. Now, it got
that's
settled.
actually not what a summary judgment, when the court denies a summary judgment making that statement, what the trial court means is that there are conflicting statements of facts from both parties, and you can't just assume that one is right and one is wrong in a summary judgment, and therefore the trier of fact, in this case the judge, would have to hear both sides' sworn testimony and then make its own decision. So that's not a finding of any wrongdoing on part, it's a finding that there is an issue of a material fact that they have to take testimony on it. That's the whole point of a summary judgment. The fact that we got a partial summary judgment was actually a highly unusual thing.
But again, there was the point where they decided there was enough there to continue.
There was a dispute over the facts.
Yeah.
That is what means that it goes to the trial.
Yeah.
If you
there
and I
wasn't-
had an argument, a legal argument, and we both agreed as to what the facts are, we would both argue that we were entitled to summary judgment because the judge would not have to make a decision as to whose version of the facts is accurate. When the court says I can't grant summary judgment because there's an issue of material fact, it means he has to hear you, he has to hear me on the stand, part of a trial, and then makes a decision.
And again, that means it wasn't clear enough to dismiss at that point. Furthermore, that there's a payment of $500 made to the Commission on Human Rights and ADA Act. The Zoning Board of Appeals and Planning will be going within a year's time for training. All future
Within 6
members will be
months.
going for future training. So again, these are pertinent facts. People should know these things. It shouldn't be swept under a rug. Over the time I've been here, and I haven't paid attention to it, but we settle settlements all the time, and the public has no idea. Last summer, it was a town employee that got dismissed that directly involved the mayor. And that came out only because the public asked for it. Again, these things, the public has a right to know. It's a matter of policy for this administration. If they get it right, if they get it wrong, the public should know they're serving us. There should be disclosure.
Next, Mr. Gross.
Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. To follow up on Mr. Morgenstein's point, then I know that it's been asked of the council and of the mayor for diversity training. This is sort of diversity training. It's a handicap, and it falls under those. Do you think the council or the mayor at any time in the future plans on having any type of diversity training for the town and its employees?
I think I'm going to one next week, so.
Well, you're one person,
Well, it's not just me, it's going to be department heads.
but the council, the ZBA, the planning and zoning, the workers for the town of Wallingford, most employers in the state of Connecticut require some type of diversity training of their employees. Do you think any of that's going to happen, Mr. Mayor? It's been years.
I believe the personnel director is here. We have had diversity training, and do you want to say a few words about that?
Jim Hutt, Town HR Director. We have done diversity training in the past. We also comply with the state statute that requires that harassment training be provided to employees. We have training coming up on Thursday, this coming Thursday, for all department heads. It's my opinion that the training should begin with department heads, and we'll take a look at where else it needs to go after that. So I think we've been proactive on this, and we are doing some training. I think will be pretty creative, and it's going to be done by a law firm out of Hartford, and I hope the training goes well.
When was the last time you had diversity training for the town of Wallingford?
I can't remember the last time it was
I
done.
do.
It was a few years ago, but we are doing training, like I said, on Thursday.
I remember you had diversity training on Rosh Hashanah one year. There were Jewish people in that unit that you had diversity training for. So for people who don't know, Rosh Hashanah is the Jewish New Year, one of the holiest days of the year. So that goes back, Ms. Papali was still on the council. So I don't know of any since then. So that goes back a few years. I would just hope that it's so important, diversity training. We live in a diverse world. It's nice to know. I mean, certain people just don't know how to treat other people or put yourself in other people's shoes. I would hope that the town would see fit that this would be something that they could do. Thank you.
Is that you, Mr. Stankuna, kind of indicating you want to speak? If you could just identify yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, Darrell Stankuna, 18 Old Village Circle. Next month, I'm going to, thank you so much. By the way, I wanted to say that. I'm glad I just caught my mind. Thank you so much for the Jubilee. That was the best parade ever. That was a good time to be alive and watch the parade. I thought a lot of people that lived throughout the years in Wallingford that would have just loved to have seen it. It was like a reminiscence parade event of, the people that passed in Wallingford. And so it was nice memory lane. Thank you again for that. Basically, I've been a resident, next month will be 53 years in Wallingford. And I've been in the same old village circle for 22 and a half years. And I've never seen such chaos. I did reach out to Councilor Fishbein. I did reach out to Jason. Thank you, Jason, for he's helping out with trying to figure out to help me. But what happened was, it's been an HOA homeowner association since we got there. And there's been all kinds of changes throughout the years, which were little bumps in the road, whatnot. We had Lachlan Fitzgerald, Joan Malloy, the whole time that just everything was, we had bumps again, like I'm saying, but not like now. They got rid of Lachlan Fitzgerald. They hired this guy. He's just been like all over people for 25. Well, first he wrote a letter for a warning, which I asked the board, why would you use our new association attorney to write me a letter for a warning of something I didn't even do, by the way? And that's what's happening. They changed these bylaws recently in September. I don't even think they're binding because half the neighborhood didn't even vote. I don't know how they're doing this because a lot of people don't even vote. They just don't want to get involved. But I looked it up on the state statute. You can't take a vote that's not casted and use it as a yes for the motion, right? So it means it doesn't go forward. So basically, we have a lot of stuff like that going on. I have a protest on the election that's going on. They reduced, after I put my name on the ballot, they moved it after 22 years. After I put my name on the ballot, they said, okay, we're going to change it to 5. And they got the right amount of people to run to go seat it again. And what I'm saying is they're unjustly fining people. There's other people in my neighborhood that are scared, that are being fined unjustly. I got targeted just for living there. I don't have a boat. I go to bed at 8:30. So I'm not this hellraiser. But anyway, they made some false accusations about me, never proved it, no dates, no times, or anything. And I'm getting fined. So it's like living in another country in there, and I did reach out to the counselors, and it's terrible because you could be accused of being my guest if the mayor drove in as my guest, and they could say that vehicle sped too fast, they're getting you're getting a $25 fine without a radar gun. So there's no facts being involved. I am very concerned about this community. It's basically turned into a hostile neighborhood. People are scared. No one knows what the direction is, but I'm trying to get some help out there from the Attorney General's office, CHRO, the town councilors. I hired a private attorney, but I'm trying to get this out there. These HOA places these are rough times, first of all. Self-management doesn't work, quite honestly, at this point. People are just going through a lot of mental health stress from pandemic. Everybody, you guys, the mayor, everybody. And they're adding all these extra stressors, trying to provoke people. So I'm just letting the town know, as I know maybe you can't do anything about it, but this is just one of my grievances in this town, that maybe someone could reach out to them and tone it down on people. These are hard times. I may look like I'm living wonderful. That's because you learn in life. If you haven't, I think most of you have, but you have to be happy, and that's all I do. It's not that I'm rich or something. I'm just trying to, be happy. So they're disturbing the peace for us in there. There's other homeowners that are scared, and I'm just trying to reach out. Thank you for listening. I know you got other business tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the public question and answer period? Seeing no takers. Oh, I'm sorry. If you could come up to the microphone, name and address for the record, please.
Hi. My name is Amy Hodder. I live on 43 Old Lane Road in Wallingford. I've never been to one of these before, so I'm not really sure if this is the time to be asking, but I'm a small business owner. and I am here on behalf of small businesses in Wallingford, Connecticut. So if this is not the right time, I'll go and sit down and talk when I can.
It's items 8 and 9 on the agenda, and you'll be given an opportunity to speak then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? There being none, I close the public question and answer period. If nobody minds, I'm going to jump to item 7 because we have Mr. Bucieri dialed in from far away on his vacation, and I'd like to let him get back to that and give him the opportunity to get off the phone. Can I get a motion on number 7?
Mr. Chairman, I move for the appropriation of funds of $3.6 million from retained earnings to purchase power for the electric division.
Second.
Moved, seconded by Councilor Fishbein. Mr. Bucieri, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
You're kind of faint. Oh, and I see we have PUC representatives here too, but I do hear you. If you could go ahead.
Sure. Well, we're here tonight. There's a memo dated June 15th, 2022 from the business office manager, Mary Ann Dill, that kind of outlines the reason for the request. It is basically a housekeeping item towards the end of the fiscal year. There are a few contributing factors to the request. A few of which, just to get into it, is the open position. The electric division has a policy for purchase power where we hedge 90% of our power and 10% is open to the market. And as you're all aware, with what's going on with the war and the economy right now, natural gas prices have increased significantly, causing the major portion of this increase. And it's based on that 10% unhedged amount where we're seeing the increases in purchase power. The open position cost was set at $43.30 a megawatt hour, and this fiscal year it has come in at $87.83 a megawatt hour. So that's really one of the main drivers on that. I don't know if you could all hear me, but I'll open it up to questions now.
Okay. I think I pretty well understood what you said, but if councilors have questions for Mr. Bucieri or for the PUC members who are here, I don't see any hands. Questions from the public? There being none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson,
Yes.
Carmody,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laffin,
Yes.
Marone,
Yes.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa,
Yes.
Zandri,
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, that was unanimous. Mr. Bucieri, you can go back to your vacation.
If I may make a comment, Mr. Chairman, Tony, thank you very much for calling in. We do appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, back, actually, we have a waive Rule 5 that I think might be brief. Can we get a motion on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move we waive Rule 5 for the purposes of discussing the repair of the elevator in the police department.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, all ayes. The agenda is amended for this item. Can I get a motion on the item, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move for a transfer of funds of $8,000 from the maintenance and equipment account line to the maintenance building and grounds account line for the purposes of repairing the elevator for the police department.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Deputy Chief DeMayo is here. If you could, good evening. Thank you. If you could bring us up to speed, what's going on?
Well, back on June 6th, can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Back on June 6th, The State of Connecticut, Department of Administrative Services, OSBI, the Bureau of Elevators, made an inspection of our elevator at our facility at 135 North Main Street, and they discovered an oil leak within the vault of the elevator.
You have to get closer to the mic.
Okay, they
Thank you.
discovered an oil leak to the pump portion and the valves and related assemblies in the elevator shaft. And they, in turn, issued a notice of violation the following day. That notice of violation pretty much indicates that we are ordered to make repairs, corrective actions to that pump by July 7th. So we, in turn, went and got a bid for the repair, and it came back in two portions. One is for a more of a temporary fix for $12,300, and one for a more permanent fix where they would actually replace the pump instead of repairing the valves and assemblies of the pump for $37,500. I know there's been some back and forth discussion between the chief and I believe the mayor regarding this item, and it's my understanding that they settled upon the lesser of the two, the $12,300 repair. In order to do so, we have to move funds from one account in our budget to another in order to cover the cost of repairs. And that's why we're here today.
And you're probably there for at least 2 more years, right?
I would think so, yes.
Questions from the council? Councilor Testa.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Was the company that's doing repairs, were they able to give you assurances that the temporary repair would last for a couple of years?
Honestly, that I do not have an answer to. It is actually deemed a more temporary fix. However long that would last, I couldn't tell you.
Thank you.
It's not a replacement of the whole pump assembly. It is to fix, valves and assemblies and things within the pump.
And then, Mr. Mayor, is it your feeling that since we're going to be moving to a new facility in a couple of years, you didn't see the point in spending the higher amount on the new pump?
Well, at this time, certainly, we're well aware of that. The department is planning on moving. The chief was satisfied that at this point, the lower amount of repair would be appropriate. So that's why we're here.
So you're implying that it was the chief thought that would be the best way to go, or you?
The chief and I discussed it, and we agreed that given the total circumstances, it would be appropriate to go with the temporary repair. It's not a temporary repair, it's a repair of the pump. Whether that's temporary or not is another question.
Right.
But my understanding is it will stop the leak.
Right, it's just not a replacement of the actual, you're not getting a new pump. You're getting a repair of the existing pump and the valves and assemblies related to it. You're not replacing the pump with a new pump.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
My understanding is it's not a temporary repair in that, in another 6 months it'll start leaking again.
No, I wouldn't say so, sir.
Okay. I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions or comments from the public? There being none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson?
Yes.
Carmody? Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too, thank you. All right, back to item 6, discussion and possible action regarding the police union pension tentative agreement for a successor pension contract.
Good evening, councilors. Jim Hutt, Town HR Director. I'm here tonight to seek your approval on a 1-year extension on the police, Local 1570 police pension contract. This contract has already been ratified by the police union. It's a 1-year extension with no changes.
Okay, and this is similar to what we addressed at the last meeting with the fire pension.
That's correct. Yeah, it's a similar 1-year extension.
Questions from the council? Counselor Fishbein? Oh.
This is one of those times that I pass.
Well, sorry to make that mistake.
I can make something up if you want.
No, no, no.
I'll pass.
No. Questions or comments from the public? There being none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson?
Yes.
Carmody?
Yes. Sorry, we don't have a motion on the table,
Oh.
so we're not voting on anything. Do you need our approval, or will this pass administratively by virtue of lapse of time of some sort?
It would pass administratively, but I would request that
Okay.
that be approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the police union pension tentative agreement for a successor pension contract with Local 1570, the police union.
Second.
Moved and seconded, not by Counselor Tata. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hutt. All right, on to item 8, discussion and possible action on ARPA grant programs for businesses and nonprofits.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Several weeks ago, the council discussed and voted down the applications the application drafts that we had before us. I separately, as coming from that subcommittee, met and discussed with the law department on a more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not vague, but a rewording, a repackaging with a lot of the concerns seem to be around some of this very specific details. So we pulled out some of that as to create a new foundation to try and go forward with some sort of unity. All of that has been presented over 3 different draft documents. The first being the Town of Wallingford American Rescue Plan Act Business Grant Program, the second being one for nonprofits, and the third draft, which had been kicked around and was proposed in an email form to the council at one point by myself, would be for the Grant Review Committee, which I do know is another discussion item on the next agenda item for however that's going to work. So I guess I might defer to Janice, Attorney Small, to explain some of it, or to any of the questions of the counselors that have reviewed the documents and would like to offer their opinions and preferences on how to proceed so that we can actually get someplace instead of being stuck in the mud for another 3 or 4 months.
And Mr. Reagan, I see you here. If you would, you're quite comfortable in your theater seat. If you'd like to come forward and sit a little closer to us, I would invite you. And if you could just remind us who you are for our record.
Sure. Good evening, Jack, J-A-C-K, Regan, R-E-A-G-A-N, Managing Director with UHY. We've been engaged to assist the county in the town in the administration of its ARPA funding.
Thank you. Councilor Testa.
Just for clarification purposes, what we received, this 2-page document, is this intended to take the place of the whole application, or is this more or less a cover sheet?
No, it's not meant to be the application. It's meant to be, it's presented as a brief description of a proposed program. So as you look at each one, what do you like, what do you don't like, and then whatever would be agreed upon, we would then develop an application specifically tailored to what you decide are the parameters of any program that you create. That's the purpose of that. But maybe we start simple and go from there.
I appreciate that clarification, because I was a little confused by that. Okay, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councilor Laffin.
Mr. Testa, and if I could clarify to that too, technically, those drafts were voted down, so we are not supposed to revisit those like that without a dissenting member bringing them back forward. That was not happening, so we are starting back from ground zero, and that's what this is meant to do.
Is it your intention to have the subcommittee get together again to take this up?
I never want another subcommittee meeting again.
For real?
Yeah. No, because it was 6 hours to get accused of not having a transparent government, to come before here and have a fest of tearing it apart and switching opinions and ideas and votes and monkey wrenching to tear the whole thing down for a difference of opinions. So no, I don't.
Well, for the record, I'm disappointed. I thought we got a lot done.
I thought we did too.
I
but
thought
the
it was a
full
great
council did
idea.
not agree.
And frankly, what we need to do requires, a couple hours of back and forth, free speaking, hashing things out. But well, if it appears that we're not going to be doing that again, we'll take it as it goes. Thank you.
The free speaking formats of the meetings didn't exist in the ways that they did when I first joined the council and you did in a workshop format. Those have been gone for a couple years. So I think it's important to have everybody at the table so that we don't spend time on things that are not going to be accepted by the majority.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a couple of immediate questions, and I might come back for a couple more. So on the grant program for the nonprofits, can we confirm, and Tom, I might need to lean on you a little bit, but can we confirm that there is not a 60 employee limit anymore?
The business program grant states a 60.
Right, correct.
And the nonprofit does not include a limitation.
So that was removed, okay. And at the same time, there's no limitation outlined on the grant program for nonprofits, but for the business one, it's 100,000?
That is the case. A lot of this, excuse me, a lot of this was constructed over all of the comments that occurred from the subcommittee meetings and then the full council meetings.
No, and I know, and the reason that I asked this is because that was the ceiling, if you will, was another one of those items we discussed at that subcommittee quite a few times, and we brought it back here. I'll just be honest, I'm a little leery of having a $100,000 ceiling.
So part of the purpose of having the ceiling in there, we started at low, is that there is a line that is easy to amend and adjust.
Yeah,
This is not meant to be the final.
Okay, that's fair, because I mean, I know in a lot of those discussions, there had been plenty of nonprofits on the phone along with businesses that had discussed different elements of how they were negatively impacted and where they were unable to qualify for other programs, which were the type of candidates we were looking for. And I'm less interested in trying to hit higher ceilings, only because, and I'm going to go back and harp on prior elements, there have been grant programs like the PPP program that gave more than $150 million to Wallingford businesses, forget Connecticut. And there's been subsequent other programs that have been made available. I would rather see us take this small amount of money that we're getting from ARPA and spread it out as much as possible. I would rather see us with a lower ceiling, and then if we've got funding left over, to allow for a second pass from these same individuals, or a second round period. So based on the fact that you're saying it's a flexible number, I'll kind of listen to see what others have to say, but I feel like this should be more of an element to getting people caught back up, letting them reseat their feet to keep moving, as opposed to backfilling a major element like a $100,000 gap.
No, I agree. This is really meant to be a starting point with fillers for everybody to work on and work from, instead of whatever was going on before. So I am in love with all or none of this. I just want to get it done because it's been way too long.
I'm in agreement. So I mean, I'm gonna stop right there, because those were my two questions, to see what other folks have to say, and then if we get some input from folks in the audience. But if we're going to entertain changes, then I might want to speak again.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify one thing?
Mayor.
Keep in mind that the application would reflect the limit, the ceiling of the 100,000. However, if we're going to have applications submitted over a believe, either 60 or 90-day period. Before we would be awarding anything, we would have an idea of what is being requested and what amounts of money. And this was a ceiling. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be a lower amount ultimately decided because of the lack of funds or whatever. But you will have, at the point you're starting to make decisions on any individual application, you'll have an idea what the total looks like. Is that true, Mr. Regan?
Absolutely. And as the mayor indicated, I think the point for an application window was to make sure that there was not a race to the front of the queue to get the money before, quote, any money ran out, that it was more equitable to keep a period open for a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day window so that everybody that submitted in that application window had a chance to have their application adjudicated. What we found under prior programs under the CARES Act was that people, there was a race, like I said, to the front of the line, and if the money ran out, too bad, so sad for those that didn't get to the front of the line.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask one additional question?
Please.
So in your experience, how often did people hit the ceiling? And the reason I'm asking is I understand that someone could come forward and say, gee, we only need 35. We can prove, not prove, but like show our losses. You know, here's our impact. Here's what we'd like to do with the 35. So all we're going to ask for is 35. I imagine there's a great many more people that can ask for 100,000, justify 100,000. It's up to us to maybe decide, or whoever's on that committee, what they're going to actually award against what they're showing. But isn't it just natural for them to just ask for the maximum amount and see what they get kicked back to?
For the programs that have set a cap like that, that has been my experience, is the vast majority are coming in at or near the ceiling amount that has been capped.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's my concern. My concern is, and I'm not even suggesting it isn't justified for the people that are putting it. It may very well be, but I want to try to make it so that we can help as many of these different entities as possible. So right away at, you know, people that are justifying upwards of $70, $80, $100,000, that money's going to go quickly. And I'd rather see another round. I'd rather help everybody to 12,000 or 25,000, get through that, have another cycle, revisit it, see all the awesome stuff they did with what they were allocated the first time, and open up a second window. But again, just my thought process on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, part of the problem here is we're supposed to be working together. The administration and the council, we've been given $13 million by the federal government with some guardrails, and we're navigating through those guardrails. My concern is that May of 2020, the mayor vetoed the pool. Part of his reasoning was COVID. And in his letter, he says, we can and should renovate the pool when the overwhelming financial hardships of citizens and businesses are no longer prevalent, when unemployment is observed by gainful employment. Now, we have a lot of businesses that can't fill their openings. I'm not saying that everything's cured, but about 3 months ago, this body unanimously voted for the administration to put out the pool for a bid. Not only the old plan, but as Councilor Tata had suggested, a refurbishing of the current pool. The administration has been unwilling to do that. That's not working together. It's not helpful. The culture is not helpful. When I talk about culture, I just want to mention, you know, we came into this meeting here tonight and we're informed of the internet, which you may have read about in the newspaper. It's been an issue. And we were told what the password is. The password is delayed by COVID, idiot. Now, Mr. Hudd is here. I don't think that's an appropriate action by a town employee to decide that that is the password for our internet in this room. I don't know who the hell approved that, and I'd like to speak to them. That is inappropriate. The culture has to change. We have to work together. We have to know where we're going to be on the pool. Because ultimately, this committee, which we're going to talk about, is going to have to balance things. They're going to get applications from businesses and small businesses and perhaps from government. And that activity is being blocked. And then they're going to have to say, we got $13 million, this is what we can do. This is the punch list. But we're not going to get there. So we have to work together. The application process has been not very smooth, but, you know, we unanimously decided about the pool. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we table the ARPA application process until after the bids for the community pool are opened.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Council discussion on the motion. I'm just going to start by saying that I don't see a benefit to holding the ARPA administration hostage over the pool going out to bid. I see these as totally separate items, and I don't see a relationship between the motion and the ARPA program. That being said, silence on the council. Oh, Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to get the applications out. I have some things highlighted I could talk about, and hopefully we can agree on. But I do see Councilor Fishbein's rationale with this because we did vote unanimously to put the pool out to bid or a refurbishment of the pool, and that has not happened. And unfortunately, this seems to be a way to possibly have that happen. It was a unanimous vote, and I don't see what other way we have that happen. And we all know that we've been contacted by many residents in town who they want to see the pool happen. And I think this is another part of ARPA where once we have those numbers, then we can make a decision. Do we want to spend it? And do we want to do that? Maybe we don't want to spend the ARPA money on it when we see what the bids come back as. But without that information, I don't see how we make an educated decision on any of this without that information. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilor Marone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess the push for ARPA has been to get the applications out to determine what the need is in the community. So I guess in sort of the approach is, so I'm sort of thinking this aloud, but I guess the approach has been figure out what the need is, assess get all the numbers together, and then we can make a decision. So I guess on the pool, I don't know why we wouldn't take that same approach and have all the information together before we made a decision. As much as I hate to delay the ARPA process any longer, because this has been painful, and the administration unfortunately has been trying to game this from the beginning. And even as I look at the sort of proposed committee, I feel like the same sort of gaming is taking place, when you look at the makeup of the committee and so on. So, I don't know, to Councilor Fishbein, I'm not sure I like this, but I'm not sure that I see another way for the council to assert itself in this process than perhaps going along with your suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Laffin.
The unanimous pool vote was not tied to ARPA funding. There was another vote later that did include ARPA funding, allocating $5 million of it to the pool, which I, for one, as others, did not support. This feels to me, and it will be perceived as terribly political. These are not the same thing. The pool is not, I am going to say, the pool is not a priority over getting ARPA funds to nonprofits and businesses. In no scenario could I see them even running at the same time. I would never support the $5 million for the pool, or spending it, or allocating it, or adjusting it, or whatever, until we know how badly our community needs this funding. And I have said that from day zero. And if I'm alone, or in the vast minority that's fine, but in no way will I support this motion. If people need to table this because they got a review, we want to talk tonight, we're going to come back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it is, with amendments to the program and applications, whatever, that's fine. What's another 3 weeks when it's been 6 months? But tying it to the pool is absolutely absurd.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, what is our current status on putting out the bids for the pool?
Well, there is no status. There's no plan to put the bid out to pool and put the bid out for the pool renovation.
So even though we allocated the funding for it, there was $1 million prior, another $5 million got added, and the request has been made, you're not planning to do it?
As I stated, I agree totally with what Mr. Laffin just said. To put the pool as the same level of priority as ARPA funds that were meant for the rescue, the American Rescue Plan. So before we have any information about what individuals, nonprofits, small business needs, we're going to entertain using the money for another purpose. I can't agree with that. To me, that conflicts with one of the basic purposes of local government, to use the federal funds in a manner that is in harmony with the purpose.
All right, so thank you for answering my question, but I'm going to backfill your opinion, because as I've stated in these meetings over and over again, this is the use of these funds for these different elements for local residential use, for municipal use, is totally in line with what the act was and the law that was passed. I don't like that we have these discussions up here and we make it sound like the council is doing something wrong. This is not what's happening. These uses are absolutely permitted by this act. And we have to keep saying that. That bothers me. That bothers me. It almost bothers me as much as we asked for the bids to go back out, and you're basically saying, no, I won't do it. I guess that's your prerogative in the administrative position. But then it lends to this action up here with, all right, then if we're not going to work together, then this is going to get stalled. I'm not going to go through my notes from the last 2 meetings when I rattled off a ton of different municipalities that use these funds for different uses, split uses. They're all permitted. There is no application process for residents to do anything with this money unless somebody acts on behalf of the municipality to lend to some of those funds towards things for the town. So it answers my question, and that is that the bids are not going to go out. They're not going out for any foreseeable future. You're not interested in doing it. The only question that doesn't get answered, that pseudo gets asked, is, are we ever going to do the pool? That never really gets asked, because I know it's your prerogative not to answer that, but that just moved me on the needle on this motion. So right now, I guess I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it's been characterized that I've never answered the question regarding the pool plans. That is false. I've stated on multiple occasions the pool is a good project. However, its timing is important as well. There have been reasons why we have not gone forward with the pool, and you mentioned one of them, the COVID, the shutdown of the economy, everything else. I think the pool is a wonderful project, and it should be pursued. However, I cannot sit here and say that improvement, renovation of the pool is equal to the funding of small business, individuals, and nonprofits who suffered because of government shutting down the economy. That was the purpose of the ARPA. it got changed. Department of Treasury changed it, loosened it up so that, oh, a town can make up its mind to spend up to $10 million on anything you want. As far as I'm concerned, there are responsibilities of elected officials to deal with that prioritization. And when we're looking like, and we're basically saying we could possibly fund a pool rather than provide additional money for the real purposes that that money was provided, and it's over and over again stated in the Department of Treasury literature, responding to the disadvantaged classes of people, the businesses, those who suffered because of COVID and the restrictions. I don't think we should turn our backs on that because there are other things we can legally spend the money on. I grant you, yes, they loosened that up. Oh, you can spend on other things. But that doesn't automatically make those other things the equal of responding to the human and business needs that were aggravated and created by COVID.
It depends on how you look at that, Mr. Mayor, because if the municipality uses the ARPA funds for something that would otherwise drive up the taxes that people pay, that's a way to issue relief. I'm not going to go round and round on why we should have done the pool in the middle of COVID, because prices were down, bond rates were awesome, and everybody was dying to get to work, and they would have given us better rates on bid quotes. I'm not going to rehash all of that. Since you stated that this is a good project and that we'll do it at some point, when do you anticipate coming up with a plan to send those bids out?
I will commit that we can put the bids out once we have applications and we are dealing with the issue at hand, which is responding to needs in the community. But we need to have applications, we need to start this process, we need to move forward with helping people and businesses who need help. At that point, fine. Once we've resolved what we're doing on ARPA, fine, we can put out bids.
Okay, so it's a dual hostage situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Testa.
That's an interesting term, dual hostage. I want to make one thing clear. Nobody has been more of a proponent and advocate for the pool project than I have. I've made that perfectly clear, going back to when I proposed we set aside $1 million and so on. So I don't need to prove my commitment to the pool. I've made it clear publicly that I'm, one way or the other, I want to see it done. However it gets done, it will get done. I don't want to see it chipped down, reduced in scope. I want to see it done. I've also a bit of a pragmatist. I've been here a long time. I'm realistic. I sincerely doubt that we'll see it done in the next year or so, probably not under this administration. So we'll wait, and we'll get it done. And when we get it done, we should get it done right, and we should bond it like we planned originally. I did agree with the motion a month or so back to commit $5 million of the ARPA fund to it. I was really kind of, I had mixed feelings about that decision. But I liked the spirit of it, and frankly, we can change what we do with ARPA funds at any time. But I'm committed to doing the pool. I'm also committed to the understanding that it's going to take another couple of years, and then we'll get it done, and we'll get it done right. I don't believe there's any way we can force the administration to do this. I have a real problem with this motion. I have no interest in defending the administration, but that's not what this is. I think I'm looking at how this would play out. First of all, it would further delay the processing of the ARPA funds, and we've all just been talking about how we've been delayed on it already. I think every person in Wallingford will read the paper tomorrow morning, or having watched this meeting, will sit back and say, I do not believe how childish that council just was. What the hell are they doing up there? Because it's not necessary. And also, it won't work. The only real effect of this motion will be to delay the ARPA applications, leave a lot of people who have been waiting for them, waiting and wondering what we're doing, and it won't lead to anything that someone might hope for. Because the mayor can stop that pool project at 3 or 4 stages and delay it, not approve it, and so on and so on and so on. They're 2 separate issues. And I don't think this is the way to encourage him to move forward with this. I am surprisingly, or a little surprised, and pleasantly surprised, I should say, that he indicated, listen, let's get these applications out, let's get the ARPA process rolling, let's see what the needs are, and I'll put the bid out for you. It's the first time he's ever even indicated that he'd consider that. So, I don't know, I'll believe it when I see it, but it was encouraging. But I don't think this is a wise move. I think it will reflect very poorly on us as a responsible ruling body. I think the community will be very upset with us, and it will be, I don't think it'll be productive in any way. Thank you.
Councilor Allenson.
Mr. Regan, has this happened in any other of the communities that you've worked with?
Has what happened?
Have there been such extreme differences of opinions in how the funds would be spent that one party or one side of a party would hold the money hostage until the other side of the party gives on something?
I mean, I've seen it all. So, you know, I think that there have been instances where there have been extraordinary disagreements as to the priorities of the spending. I know it's jumping ahead to item 9 on the committee, but that is one of the things that the committee gets to hash through and make recommendations to the council to do. I would say that what is a bit different than what I'm seeing at other communities is that there's little information about what municipal projects may be considered as part of ARPA and how much those may cost, so that that can be weighed into the equation of what actually gets funded with the ARPA dollars. I think the approach for creating the business grant program to identify how much need is out there, as has been indicated several times by several of the members of council, is a good approach. Same thing for the nonprofits. It gives you the total population of that, but I think it's imperative to also have that third side of the triangle, which is what are possible municipal projects that are out there that could be funded, what costs are associated with those, so that that can all be weighed together. It's not saying that by having that information, you're going to fund the municipal projects to the detriment or first over the business grant or the nonprofit grants, but it provides you with the data point to see what is out there in addition as you are surveying and getting the information in for the businesses and for the nonprofits so that you can have a complete picture. It is, I will say, the one piece that is different here than what I've seen at other communities is that other communities have had all 3 sides of that triangle. Right now, you're only operating on 2. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. From my perspective as I sit up here, I think that, and you're probably getting this too, that we only got 13.9 million, or 13.1 million. So, and the pool being this looming giant expenditure, taking up possibly, at the bid 2 years ago, half of it or more. I think that that's why we are not so much pooling, for lack of a better word, other projects, because we understand that this is something that's out there. Councilor Tata has definitely talked about other projects that have expressed interest. We do actually have some requests that will come through later for, as part of our budget, that we have like approved, but they're not out there. It's like for some emergency services spending. So we definitely know that we definitely are aware of the municipal projects that we can do. And I would say if we can move the applications forward at some point, my suggestion to the rest of the council would be that we talk through, if we get needs that in the community, if we get to a point where we can get to the committees looking at applications and then bringing them forward to us, why can't we talk about other projects besides the pool? If the pool is going to be the only contention that's looming over us, there are other projects we could do, skate park being an example, that we talked about last week, that would be less money, that if the need comes in high, we can start picking and choosing things that we would want, but we can do that while the committees are deciding and while the need is being assessed. I think that work can be done in conjunction, because right now we just have 7 million, right? 6.5 million, right? That we've basically committed to businesses and nonprofits, in a very loose sense of the term, and then 5 million that we've committed, or others have committed to the pool. So at this point, I'm afraid that we're going to be at an impasse, because I certainly don't want to presuppose how this vote will go, but I can't say that it's not completely predictable. And unfortunately, when we say something like we should work together and then immediately do something to hold an entire town hostage, I think that that's a bit of a misgiving to the statement. So from my perspective, do you think that would be, or I guess my question to you would be, if we can somehow, with this body, create an application and start moving forward with the public interest, is it acceptable, I guess, to continue to discuss public projects that could happen should the need arise? And this could also help us to identify things as part of a strategic plan if we are not able to fund all of these things through ARPA. I mean, I guess I'm asking you.
That's what I'm seeing at other communities,
okay.
where, you know, the way that the administration has crafted the business grant program and the not-for-profit grant program lends itself very well to getting the data about how much is out there, that as you continue to discuss potential municipal projects that are getting funded, you're getting that whole population, that whole picture, and that is a very typical approach for what I'm seeing in other communities.
Cool. And just for my other counselors, this could also foster some collaboration from the public as well, because I realize that many people here, and I am included in the numbers, that want a pool. I just don't want it out of these funds necessarily. I want it to happen right. I want it to not be a scaled down version like Councilor Testa has said. But if we are to work together, get an application out, can we discuss other projects besides the one that is giant looming over us, if applications come in and they happen and we have identified a public need that is high? And I guess obviously you guys can't answer me, but it's just food for thought, I suppose. And that's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Councilor Laffin.
I agree, and I appreciate Councilor Testa's comments. Councilor Testa, I appreciate your clarity in all of your positions throughout this entire process. You've been pretty consistent, even though you and I may have disagreed on the size of the buckets, but you've been consistent in those throughout this whole process. I do feel the three sides of the triangle have been discussed, and right now one side of the triangle This is not an equilateral triangle. One side is $5 million, and the other two are 3.25 each. That doesn't count the money that we put into the last budget. This is not about whether use of ARPA funds on pools is legally appropriate. This is about priorities. And like Councilor Allenson said, I support the pool. I would love to have the pool. This town can afford the pool without spending ARPA funds on it. We have the bond rating and everything right now anyway to do that. This looks like a crappy bargaining tool, political game. And I apologize to all the nonprofits and business owners that contacted me over the last several weeks, and I assured you that government's just slow, and the council's just trying to figure it out because there are questions about details, and apparently I was wrong. So I'm sorry to all of you. This is going to take longer and be much more laborious than I thought it would be or should be. This is either a very big problem in politics or in this entire council's inability to multitask and run multiple things at the same time, working on drafts of an application, getting applications out to find out how much we actually need to put out into the community versus then how much we have available to spend on government projects or other things. This is so multi-layered, and I'm just exhausted by the whole thing. And I see people nodding, and I got all your emails, and I'm sorry that it's been like this.
Councilor Fishbein.
So I guess I have to address the condescending political gamesmanship, all that stuff. To say that, you don't know what's before us. Because the fact of the matter is that we've appropriated $5 million of the ARPA funds for the pool. Part of what we approved to go out to bid was a refurbishing of the pool. So if that comes in at $2 million, there's another $3 million for businesses. But the administration will not put it out to bid, will not get that number. When we say holding the money hostage is not to know what's actually before us, because we're not looking to appropriate any money. We're looking to put all three sides of the triangle, as our consultant has identified, on the same plane. So businesses, what are your needs? What is the basis? Nonprofits, what are your businesses? What are your needs? What is the basis? Pool, what is the need? What is the basis? And then you can look at all sides of the triangle. That's all that's before us. What we end up with instead is two sides of the triangle being addressed and the third being ignored. And that's not what this body voted on. I pointed out before, the letter from the mayor when he vetoed the pool originally cited COVID. So if it's a rescue plan, the way the public relations aspect of it, which if you actually read the federal law, they needed an acronym. So ARPA was an acronym. But if you actually read what this money can be used for, other towns have given no money to businesses, no money to nonprofits. That is our choice. So, the purpose of the motion is just to get information. It's not to hold money hostage, because we don't even know how much money would be appropriated for the pool. Now, if it comes in at $12 million, then maybe we look at that $5 million that we've already appropriated for the pool and said, there's needs in the community, we can address those. But to totally ignore what that number could be is not holding anything hostage. We don't have a list. I heard one of my fellow councilors said, we know what the municipal projects are. That's not true. That is not true. We have never had that discussion up here. We have never discussed direct deposit for employees, having a sidewalk improvement program for the downtown area, having, improvements to our downtown. We have never had that discussion. So I don't know where that statement came from. We have to, as other towns have, and as our consultant identifies, look at municipal projects and see what the needs are. We haven't had a meeting where Park and Rec has come to us. I know there are things that Park and Rec wants. We haven't had that discussion. We don't have those numbers. Ultimately, a committee, I think, is going to be looking at this. They're going to have to balance, okay, these are the projects, these are the needs. They're going to have to make recommendations. That's all this motion does. It gets the information for the third part of the triangle. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor.
I just want to respond to one part of that, and that is that we're not operating without a knowledge of what the pool can cost. We had bids, and it was approaching $7 million. That was several years ago, and with the issues regarding costs and materials and all of what we see is basically increased costs throughout all of the construction industry. We don't have unknown figures. It's probably in excess of $7 million. It's not as if we have never had any bids go out and never received anything. We did have bids go out, and that's when they came in at a much earlier time at almost $7 million. So I just want to clarify that there is a working number there, and my guess is it's low compared to what will be coming in the future.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask when the refurbishing of the pool ever went out to bid?
You can.
Mr. Mayor, did we ever put the refurbishing of the pool out to bid?
We put out to bid the plans that were approved by the council to put in a new pool. The refurbishing was looked at, as far as I remember, by the committee. We no longer will meet building codes, and as a result, unless we were going to, I'm not even sure we could repair the pool exactly as it is now. Anyway, the committee decided that was not a direction to go, and they came in with a new design, and that design went out, and that's what came in at almost $7 million. So I know that at one time when our pool, and this goes back decades, when it was improved, we had to get a special waiver passed by the General Assembly to not have us comply with the building codes that affected public pools at that time. So they didn't want to go in that direction. There were, excuse me, there were other aspects of the pool that they felt could be better designed and offer more opportunities for entertainment for young people, et cetera. And that is what went out to bid. What was approved by the council, approved by the committee, and that came in at almost $7 million.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the committee is irrelevant, with all due respect to the members of the committee that did a lot of work on that. But we voted about 3 months ago to have the old pool plan and a refurbishing to go out to bid. And that, we don't have that number. So I leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman, there's no design for a refurbishing. If we're going to put something out to bid, there would have to be a design. There are no specifications, to my knowledge, no design for refurbishing. That would require hiring an architect and going through that process again, as far as I know. The documents we have reflect a new pool, a redesigned pool.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Egan's description of the triangle, and I think that kind of gets to the heart of what I'm feeling with this. I kind of feel uneasy about this motion also. I know I did second it. But I think what the issue here is, I don't think it's so much about the pool or businesses or nonprofits. I think the issue is that several of us, possibly the majority of us, I might say, are very concerned that there's a large, it keeps being called needs when it's on that side. I think we see it as needs, or I see it as needs, on the capital project side that are being cut out of this process. I mean, if you walk downtown, you see recently that sidewalks were patched with asphalt over concrete sidewalks. Things like that. I mean, we had a resident email us this week about adding sidewalks to a very, very busy street where children walk near a school that doesn't have sidewalks. I did bring up a list months ago of possible ideas, was discussed briefly at a meeting. So I don't think this is so much about the pool. I think it's about the feeling that we're basically powerless up here. I personally am getting very discouraged that I feel like there's really nothing we can do. It kind of almost seems at this point that we're just figureheads that are supposed to go along with whatever's presented and put a bow on it. But it's really not what we want to happen, because whenever we have a vote and the majority of us decide what we want, that never seems to be what the outcome is. So I don't think this motion is, at least the way I'm interpreting it, is so much about the pool. I think it's about, I think it's just about us trying to get what we feel our needs also recognized and given their fair shake also. I think back in the very, very beginning of ARPA, I had mentioned that maybe we each get a portion of this, present an idea of what we want to do and vote on it. I still think that might be a way to go because, again, as Councilor Allenson said, I feel like we're almost at the point now where we're getting to be at an impasse, and there is a point where if we don't decide what to do with this, the money goes back to the federal government, which I think would be a terrible, terrible outcome if we just give $13 million back instead of using it. I never thought that would happen, but here we are, and the clock is ticking. So I think all we're looking for really is a compromise. Some people feel really very strongly that the only need to be recognized is for businesses, or the only need is for nonprofits, and there's others that feel that the only need should be capital projects. So I think we need to compromise here, and to say that the only way that we know what this town needs is by putting grants out, I don't think that's true. I think we are representatives of this town, and we know what this town needs and wants, and I think we can add the third part to this to maybe keep these going. And the third part might be a municipal grant application or a capital projects grant application. Then we would have to decide who can apply for that. Maybe we just have something on the town website where people submit ideas. But I don't think just putting applications for just a part of this, and then let's say they come back and it shows that the entire 13 million was requested, and then we say, well, no, now we can't do any capital projects. I don't think that's the fair way to go about this. So maybe we look at adding that third grant into that, and we talk about how to make that part of it happen. I think that might be more palatable to some of us. Thank you.
Councilor Marone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All this, there's a lot of sort of posturing up here about holding up the process and who's holding up the process and so on. I guess my concern is we had a committee who had sort of a charge, but the committee's trying to serve two masters, being trying to serve the mayor and trying to serve the interests of the council. A council committee is really supposed to serve what the council's desires are. Quite frankly, the pool may not be the best use of the money, but there's been no other competing projects, no discussion of anything else. Would I like to see the pool replaced? Absolutely, I would. And do I think we should bond it? I kind of agree with Councilor Testa. I think the best way to handle that would be to bond it. But I also think there are other needs in town that could help businesses. Like Councilwoman Tata was saying, with sidewalk improvements, or improve the appearance of the downtown, for example. Some other things that would also help businesses. My biggest concern with this ARPA thing is at the end, if business A gets a grant and business B doesn't get a grant, and business B asks me, why didn't I get a grant? I'm not sure, the way this process is structured now, I'm not sure how we would identify how that took place. So mainly what I'm looking for is transparency and openness in this whole process. We were handed a set of plans in the beginning and said that this is the plan we want to go with. Well, the council had no discussion about it. We hired Mr. Regan to give us, to sort of guide us through this process. He was essentially handed the same plans, and they're like, we'll pass it because we need to find out what the need is. I'm not sure how putting out an application saying who wants government money identifies what the need is in a particular community. I think you could ask, if you took 1,000 homes in Wallingford and you said, give us an example of how you lost money during COVID. I think that 1,000 homes could come up with a reason, right? But that doesn't mean that all 1,000 homes deserve a grant for something, because people have all kinds of different circumstances. So, to go to a business and say, well, did you have a loss, right? I work for a very, very big company. Did they have a loss during COVID? They probably did. But they also had us all work from home, and they shut down a bunch of offices, so they also saved a ton of money on the other side. So I don't know how from this, 1,000 meters above, we're going to be able to look at businesses and say, well, this business deserves more than this does, which is why I think how we draft this whole grant process is so critical. There's been so much money kicked around, from different areas of government to assess this process. So I don't like where we are right now. I don't know that I think that we should be spending any of this money on the pool, but we haven't heard, there's no competing arguments, right? We've been completely silenced, but you have to pass, we have a plan, the plan's perfect, you have to pass the perfect plan. And if you don't pass the perfect plan, it's because you have some sort of a moral issue. So I guess that's where I am, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure where to go from here because it seems like we're stuck in the same deadlock we've been in for months.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor.
there's really no reason for Mr. Regan to be here if all we're talking about is municipal projects. Right? He was hired to advise us, to enable us, to set up a program, have applications, find out what the need is, whatever labels you want to put on it. That's why we hired a consultant. We don't need a consultant to tell us how to spend the money on municipal projects. So we've already made a commitment to say we need an application process. That's why he's here. Because otherwise, the municipal projects are just like every time we deal with a budget, we decide, or the interim expenditures for a particular capital project. The money for the new police station, those are all capital projects. They're decided in the usual manner of information coming together, council and mayor, and we approve the projects either for bonding or budgets or whatever. That's not the ARPA because it opens doors that we're not familiar with, the needs in the community that are private, individuals, nonprofits, businesses. So we've started this. My concern is that we should not be stopping it now. Let's get the applications together. Let's deal with that subject over the 60 days, or if it takes 90 days, there's a time period. The applications come in, we find out what the needs are, and then we juggle what should happen in one area versus another, and we make decisions. But let's use our consultant, as was planned, and move this process.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I got to agree with a lot of what's been said up here. I'm going to pick up on an item that Councilor Testa kind of brought up here, is that any action we take up here, someone's not going to like it. I guarantee it. The optics stink. And I'm not trying to justify the difficulty in making a decision on a vote up here. That's part of our job up here. We have to make tough decisions. But I want to make sure people understand that we're not looking through a single pane of glass when we do anything up here. We're looking at 5 different things at once, plus history in the rearview mirror. And I hate doing that because that's not the direction that we're headed. We're supposed to be going forward, but sometimes you need to. We all sat up here as a body, I want to say a year and a half ago, and we were discussing the paving of the parking lots uptown, Wood and Kaplan and Simpson Court, behind Simpson Court. We were told when we tried to separate the jobs, there was no way to do it. No way to do it. They were to be considered one project executed all at the same time. We were basically told no way could it happen. So we voted on it that way. And Wood and Kaplan got pulled out of the paving at that point in time, deferred and delayed, and Simpson got finished. So this is what we deal with when we come up here and say, okay, we want to get the bids out. We're told the bids will go out, and then we're told, but not right now, but later, maybe. Because the $7 million job is now $9 million, $10 million. Then we're going to bond it now for it was 1.5 was our bond rating before. I believe it's 3.5 now. So on top of it being $2 million more, it's going to be that much more expensive to bond out. So when we look at all the different elements up here, that pool will not happen. Won't happen. It's going to cost too much money. The bond rates have changed. The people don't want, there's always going to be a reason to justify it away. The longer we wait, nobody even talks about it anymore. It's been gone 5 or 6 years. I get real bothered when anybody takes a heavy posturing position up here, because there's always an argument around. The mayor basically said, we shouldn't be spending any of this money on anything until we know the needs. We need these applications to go out. We need to understand what the problems are out there, and we should respond to it. Except when he wants to do it. He put $550,000 into the budget. We tried to leverage more to keep the tax increase to zero and actually shaved a little bit off it. That got rejected. That got the original budget put back in. There was $550,000 put into the budget by the mayor before we did anything. Anything. So, you know, I don't even know what to say to that other than to make sure people understand that. I agree with Councilor Tata said. There's going to be every business was hurt. Some businesses were able to operate remotely. They were able to cut some other costs because people weren't in the office. Then there were other businesses, and I've said this before, the places that do hair and nails and all that, they were grounded entirely. You cannot remotely do someone's hair and their nails, skincare, any of that. Those people, if you want to talk about where I would throw people on the priority list, I would put people that were 100% grounded to the top. I get bothered all the time by the different choices that we make up here and watch them delayed, installed, and changed as time goes on. A comment was made earlier about the $5 million that we allocated. We put it aside. It's not spent yet. If it makes everybody happy, they feel that's an uneven amount, I'll make a motion right now to lower it to 3,275, which is what the other two brackets are. I did that so that we would start the ball rolling on some municipal-sided stuff. There could be skate parks, there could be sidewalks, there could be other things that we do. These are things that we spend money on that you don't get taxed on. They got to get done anyway. This is not an us versus them thing, but it's getting like there's sides being drawn every time another opinion comes up. So I understand everybody's position up here, but you know, quite frankly, I agree with something that Councilor Laffin said. We should be able to multitask all of this at once. There's no reason why we can't move certain things forward tonight. There's also no reason why those bids can't go out, other than I don't want to. And, you know, if it comes down to going back through the negotiation window with this stuff, then that's what we do. But I want to see this move forward, but I don't want to be railroaded from any side, any side. I don't think that's fair. But that's what happens when we acquiesce up here. All right, fine, we'll do this later. We never get a chance to do it later. All right, we're going to put some people on the committee, but there's going to be someone from the EDC and someone from Youth and Social Service who reports to the mayor. The mayor gets 2 appointees. That's like 4. The railroading won't stop. And if we're not going to work through a nice, clean pane of glass, then maybe we should slam on the brakes and figure out what to do next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Allenson,
Can I call the question?
you can make a motion to do that.
I make a motion to call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The motion to call the question stops all debate. The question was Councilor Fishbein's motion to table all discussion on ARPA until the pool has gone out to bid.
The bids are open.
and the bids are open. That is the motion on the table. Thank you. First, on the motion to call the question, please call the roll.
Allenson,
Yes.
Carmody,
No.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laffin,
Yes.
Marone,
Yes.
Tata,
No.
Testa. Yes. Zandri,
No.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, motion passes 6-3. The vote on the motion to table as made by Councilor Fishbein, please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Would this effectively eliminate all three items on the agenda?
Well, he doesn't think so, but that
Well,
remains to
if
be
you're going to
seen.
table all discussion of ARPA funding, then
Why are we talking about any?
we wouldn't talk about anything tonight, right?
Yeah.
Specifically, if I may, specifically, the motion was to table the ARPA application process until after the bids for the community pool are opened. So that was the motion.
So tonight is part of that process.
Well, we can always see where the chips fall and figure out where we go next on the agenda. So,
Well, hang on, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. So if you, because to Mr. Testa's question,
why don't we first hear the motion back from how the clerk recorded it?
I have table ARPA process until after bids for community pool are opened.
I read it. The motion was to table the ARPA application process. So I'm not looking to prevent the next item from being discussed, if that's what's being inquired of.
Chairman, just to add to the
Attorney Small,
confusion,
please.
what's before you is not an application process. This is definition of the program. That's what we're talking about. We're supposed to be seeing a general outline of what the program is going to be. There's no applications in front of you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Oh, goodness. Yes, please.
If that's the case, then I would, the way I'm understanding is that we can vote to table the application process, as was the motion, until the bids are out and open. But if this is not the application process, as Attorney Small is saying, then we could continue the discussion on the documents and the committee.
These documents are designed to make an application. So you approve the documents because you are approving the credentials by which we will approve the applications. You have to design an application off of the, essentially, what you want the requirements to be. So
This is not an application.
This is not an application. No, it's not. It's a
Okay.
list of
I'm
what we
going to
want
ask
the
you
requirements
both to stop because I haven't
Excuse me, Mr.
recognized either of you.
I believe you recognized me. I thought I
Well-
had the floor.
Well, right. So I was trying to clear the floor for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Tata.
No further comment. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Janice, am I to understand that the first step towards an application process is to approve a program? And then from the program, applications would be developed. Is that fair to say? It's basically, I thought, what was said earlier.
Yeah, so these are draft outlines of programs for your consideration. We're looking for yes, no, maybe, make changes, do this, do that. And from that, absent any action from the council, we would have developed a application from whatever definition of a program you wanted to go forward with.
So the item that is before us is part of the application process, correct?
You know what, just.
You can't have an
I mean,
application
you know,
without a program.
this is a definition of a program. If you say no to the programs, which I have no idea whether there's a vote to approve these programs or not, but
No, there isn't.
Boy, it would be great if we actually had a yes or no to the program as a concept. And then, because if it's a no, then I'll stop working on it, to be all honest with you, and all these people can stop coming. I mean, that's what we're here tonight is, look, let's take a step back. Here's the proposed programs. You like, you don't like, you like it if you change it. That's what we're here for. That's what the consultant is here for. That's what all these people are here for. Yes, no, revisions, progress. I'm here for progress on this. So this is a definition of the program. Yes, if something were approved, absent that motion, we would look to develop applications. If your motion passes that you're not going to go forward with applications, well, then we'd have a defined program at least accomplished, but we wouldn't be going forward with an application process at this time. As crazy as that may sound.
Do we all know what we're voting on? Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Allenson,
No.
Carmody,
No.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laffin,
No.
Marone,
No.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa,
No.
Zandri,
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
The motion to table fails. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I vote no, and that makes it 6-3 instead of 5-3. The motion to table fails. No, there were 3 yeses. Councilor Testa.
Could you remind me, was the item we should be talking about moved?
It was not yet.
We were, okay, I asked about it, but we didn't move it.
No.
Okay. Should we, before we continue discussion?
That might be a good idea.
All right. Can somebody do that so I can talk?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move forward or accept the Town of Wallingford American Rescue Plan Act Business Grant Program and the document Town of Wallingford American Rescue Plan Act Grant Program for Nonprofits.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now we can talk about this motion.
And I did intentionally leave the committee part out as a third discussion item because, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Testa, I did see your hand. I think you want to talk.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think we're actually in a good place right now, believe it or not. Because we did have a lot of back and forth through our committee meetings, and we ended up with applications before us that people had difficulty with. I had problems with some of it. Everybody had problems with language. So I think in the interest of having this go forward in an effective manner, I think what our council has done is a good thing. She has revised, sort of come back and said, let's take a step back, which is what we all needed to do. Let's take a step back and say, okay, what do we want the guidelines to be for these 2 applications? Then once we iron that out, then we could put together an application. And that gets us to the things we've been disagreeing with quite a bit. And we've allowed ourselves to get caught up in ahead of the game with ideas and thoughts and this and that. Something I brought up in the beginning that I think we can at least address tonight was, what did we want to allow reimbursements for? I don't think the grammar was very good on that, but you see where I was going. And as I said early on, I'm uneasy saying we'll replenish somebody's bank account. We'll replace lost revenues, because it's so hard to document. If I said you're going to replace income payrolls, but then where would that money go? How would you justify that? And people should have received reimbursement for that already. But however, we needed to at least iron that out first. What are we going to say yes to when a business asks us for money? What are the causes, if you will? And if I read this correctly, now I lost it. If I read this correctly, of course, a business has to demonstrate negative impact. Fine. We argued about the number of employees. We are now sitting at 60. We can debate that. These are issues we can resolve tonight. The business must demonstrate how the funds will be used to offset negative impact. We had said I guess it was explained to us that most communities, and perhaps a lot of the intent of this program was to try to encourage investment and make businesses stronger going forward, as opposed to reimbursing losses. Those are two very different things. And it appears to me that right here under grant conditions, number one, it said funds may not be used for reserves or lost profits. So I would suggest we address that right now. Why don't we address these conditions as a group, because that will be productive. We'll be able to move forward if we at least answer those questions instead of pushing them ahead as we have. So would you like to explain, Mr. Regan or Attorney Small, what exactly does that mean? Funds may not be used for reserves or lost profits.
Well, we're actually looking for the business to do something affirmatively with the funds to sustain it, help it move forward, stay in business, as opposed to banking it, that type of thing. And that's really what we're talking about, is that you're actually, whether it's employee retention, employee recruitment, capital improvements, capital purchases, but you're not putting it in the bank and saving it for a rainy day. This is the rainy day, and you need to spend it.
I would point you to the last sentence on the first page before the eligibility requirements.
Yes.
The general purpose of the grant is to assist in the retention and rehiring of employees, recruitment of new employees, and capital building or equipment improvements, unpaid rent, mortgage, or other expenses. So I think that is, as the intent and as the counselor said, it is not for sticking it in the bank account.
Got it. But if someone is able to demonstrate, yes, I received some money for payroll, I was able to do this, I was able to do that, but during the course of this, I went into debt, and I still have these debts that I would not have had, and I've been unable to get out of the hole. That's a realistic reason for us granting money, correct? Based on what you've written here.
I think that could fall under other expenses.
Right. Okay. I'm good for now, because that's a big issue to me. If we've ironed out that, people need to understand, what are they going to get money for? We've never told them that. So tonight, if we can at least do that, I think we'll have accomplished something very important. So I'm okay for now with that one, and I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Regan, looking at that language that's there, am I to understand that if a business wanted to install hot water at their facility, that would be an approved thing, assuming that they can show, they wouldn't have to show loss, they'd have to show that that's going to improve their business, right? Under this.
I think that the eligibility criteria, they'd have to demonstrate how they were negatively impacted during the pandemic and how this funds will address that negative economic impact.
Okay, but
So,
can you identify one business in the state of Connecticut that was not negatively impacted by the pandemic? All businesses were, right? So I'm looking at that language, that really doesn't say, you just have to check the box. I was negatively impacted, right? There's no criteria.
okay.
I mean, based upon what I'm seeing here.
Well, you have to demonstrate it. It's not just, you're not checking off a box. You have to say how you were negatively impacted. And frankly, I can't think of any at the moment, but I think actually some businesses did do rather well during the pandemic, but they may be a specialized class. So you have to, I mean, the whole purpose of the act is that there be a negative economic impact. So they have to demonstrate it and then say, if they get these funds, this helps them take them out of that and helps them sustain their business. So it's not checking a box, it's giving an explanation.
I understand. I mean, my business was shut down for a day. That's a negative impact, right?
All right, and so if you applied for these funds, we probably put you on the bottom of the list. We'd ignore your name, we would, and we would say you had 1 day's loss compared to somebody else who had, 365.
So are we contemplating, and just thinking out loud, because, we really haven't done a lot of this, having some sort of score, and then...
Well, it really depends on what comes in as to how, whether everybody is going to get something. I mean, it's, I don't know if, Jack, you could speak to what your experience has been, but I think a lot of it depends on what comes in on these applications.
Yeah, Councilor Fishbein, I've seen it both ways, sir. I've seen it where basically they make an assertion of negative economic impact. They say they want to use the money for one of these enumerated reasons, and you get the applications in, you see how much all of those are, and again, my very clumsy words, everyone gets that amount that they applied for, right? As long as the money doesn't run out. I've also seen other programs designed to where up front there is a scoring rubric that is developed because of the recognition of the scarcity of the funds, and that you have an evaluation criteria that all of those applications go against. So there is, in my clumsy words again, a racking and stacking of those applications that come in. This application process for the businesses was designed so that if you met the criteria, you are going to get up to $100,000, depending on your demonstration of what you're going to use those monies for. Once you get all that money, or once you get all those applications in, and you see how much there is, you can make the decision whether you're going to make the full award to everybody, or you're going to do some sort of rateable reduction to everybody so that everybody gets some money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I have experience with grant programs like this, the ones that I've been involved with. There's a scoring process. Because at the end of the day, if you've got $1 million and you've got $2 million of requests, the way the scoring process works is you apportion based upon the high scores get more of a percentage of what they asked for. The low scores don't. So I would be in favor of some sort of scoring process here. The PPP money, I know we've talked about that, and it didn't appear, maybe I missed it. I thought we talked about that we were going to exclude businesses that got PPP money.
I don't think that decision was made. We put in paragraph 6 that they have to demonstrate that the funds that they're requesting address a negative impact that has not already been addressed by the receipt of other funds. I don't think there was a consensus that that if you applied or received these funds that you were automatically off the list. I don't think there's been a consensus on anything at this point, but I don't think that was necessarily the consensus of the group.
And the other thing that I believe we discussed when we were looking at the applications was being current on their obligations. Did I miss that? Governmental obligations. tax.
Yeah, I mean, we can, I was trying to keep this simple for discussion purposes and leave a lot of the detail to the next step, but that could be something that could be put in this document too.
Yeah, because, I mean, since it is silent, it would not be included presently. So, I am uncomfortable with the 100,000, I'm going to tell you that. But, I defer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick question and then probably a little bit longer, but it's going to come right off of what Councilor Fishbein just said. If we want to make an adjustment to that number, do we make a motion up here? Is that what you're looking for us to do?
That makes sense.
All right, then I'd like to make a motion to amend, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing, that grant condition number 2 that reads, grants shall not exceed $100,000 and amend that to grants shall not exceed $25,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, could I,
You can.
with all due respect, couldn't we hear from some of the people, I mean, they've been sitting here all this time, and there's been no discussion from them on, perhaps they can be of assistance to the council as to...
Yeah, well, before we took a vote on this, we'd go out to the public.
I appreciate that, but this has been a very lengthy conversation.
Certainly.
Sorry. I'm out of bounds.
I would ask, what's the basis for the reduction?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, point of order, are there 2 motions on the floor currently?
There is a motion to adopt the package as presented, less the committee proposal. So this would be seeking, Councilor Zandri's motion would be seeking to amend the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So what is the basis for cutting it by 3/4?
I just believe that with all the different conversations we had during the committee, and we talked about, we talked about a lot of different things, like even the element that just came up about being current on their obligations. That was in there originally, and we removed it because part of the element of helping people if they are behind on their rent, behind on their taxes, was they were going to show that part of the reason that they were behind on these things was because they were impacted by COVID. That would have disqualified them. So that's why that element got removed. But with respect to the grant element particularly, we had discussed all kinds of different numbers early on, $12,000 making the cap, and then it got raised up to $100,000. To me, having 13 people make a decision to give one business, I'm just going to spitball, $90,000, and then another one ask for 50 and then limit them to 12 for whatever justifiable reason is just going to bother me. I would rather be helping more businesses horizontally than having them helped vertically with larger sums. I see no reason why to have a $100,000 ceiling when we can have a lower ceiling, help more businesses, and then if there's monies left over, go to round 2, and everybody could reapply if they've still got the ability to show, hey, I was impacted, my electric's behind, I need new purchasing to go forward, to be able to maintain my business, and so on and so forth. If we're talking about, let's see what the need is, why fulfill the need of 10 businesses at $90,000 when we could help 50 businesses at $25,000? So I'm looking for the breadth rather than the depth. So I want to propose that change.
So that's on the table, seconded by Councilor Carmody. Okay. Councilor Allenson.
I don't honestly know what the right answer is. I don't know if we'll ever know. But I do know that cost of buildings is really expensive. I don't know the scale of the businesses that are in the room, and I'm definitely interested to hear more because I know that for a warehousing space, for example, a fairly large warehousing space, it's, it can be anywhere from $14,000 to $100,000, and if you're if you are behind in rent by a couple of months, that's pretty substantial. You can have smaller businesses from an employee standpoint that move bigger product. So I definitely think there is some due consideration before, obviously we know that this is, that we're going to consider more before we make an actual decision, but I kind of echo Attorney Small's perspective that maybe we could turn this over to the public for a little bit more information, because I do know that there could be some pretty large needs just in back rent alone, and utility costs, so.
Well, there being no hands on the council, it is time to go to the public.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, is this simply on the motion to amend for the 100,000? Is that all?
So there's the motion on the table to adopt the proposed programs. Then there's been a motion and a second to amend to reduce the $100,000 threshold to $25,000. So
I have comments on the prior. Would now be the appropriate time, or?
you can talk now, or you can wait till you hear from the public. Do you feel strongly one way or the other?
Well, I'm not sure if after the public speaks that we just go to the vote. I'm not.
No, I don't think I've ever cut off council comment after public comment.
Okay.
So, but if you want to talk now, go ahead. I just didn't see your hand.
Yeah, I'll say it quickly now. So a couple things with the applications. I'm sorry, not the applications. They're not applications. Sorry, the grant program documents.
The program description.
There we go. Thank you. I know that this was discussed at the last meeting and maybe meetings before. I still feel, and there's a couple specific lines I can point out to. We did identify that this was a administration-driven process. This was initially how this came to be, and there are items on here that I feel uncomfortable with still. I'll just point them out. I still feel that these documents were drafted to benefit very specific nonprofits, very specific businesses, specific individuals who happen to be on the inside loop, and I'm concerned about that still. For example, on the business grant program, under eligibility, number 1 is that the business is located in the town of Wallingford. So that's good, no problem there. However, on the nonprofit application, it notes under eligibility number 2, nonprofits must provide services to the town of Wallingford residents and or businesses. So for businesses, they have to be in Wallingford, but for nonprofits, they just have to serve Wallingford. And I brought that up a while back. I'm concerned that we may have, you could have national 501c3s applying. You could have nonprofits that may be a little more controversial that maybe we might not want to get into. I mean, certainly with the recent Supreme Court decision, I think I brought up a few months ago, if you had Planned Parenthood, for example, which is not in Wallingford but serves Wallingford, would that be a very controversial application that then we'd be dealing with? So that I'm concerned that that was put in to benefit maybe nonprofits that are not located in Wallingford. So I would like to just say nonprofits that are in Wallingford. You know, we know them all. We can, you know, we have a better understanding of exactly who that would be. The next one, under the business grant, number 3, under eligibility, the business has no more than 60 employees or full-time equivalents. That was changed. The meeting where it was changed was to address a specific person who requested it, and we did vote and changed it. I believe I did support it, but again, I think it was done for the specific benefit of a certain individual. Another thing that I see in here that's caught me off guard a little bit, on the nonprofit applications, it says that the grant funding may also be used for programs run by nonprofits that benefit local small businesses. And then under number 5, nonprofits may apply for a grant to fund programs benefiting Wallingford households disproportionately impacted by the pandemic or benefiting local small businesses. And then A, under 5A, serve Wallingford residents or local businesses. So again, I'm not really sure why small businesses are noted under both. I'm sure there was a reason for that. There maybe was a specific program in mind when that was put in there. Not sure. But anyway, those are my concerns still. I still feel that these were very tailored to specific individuals that are kind of in the know or in the inside loop, and I don't know that that's fair to all of the nonprofits and businesses in town who maybe don't have that, that are not on the inside loop. So I'm a little bit concerned about those aspects. Thank you.
Attorney Small.
These drafts were primarily drawn up by myself, and I don't know who these people in or out of the loop are, but I had nothing to do with that. It's not that the mayor and the economic development director weren't involved in it, but I think the EDC and Tim Ryan really have pushed the no more than a certain number. They wanted it to be a true small business, and that has been, there's been no agreement on that. I advised you that the SBA is 500, and my understanding is that the EDC's position is that to be really a local small business, it needs to be truly small, and I think they viewed the 60 as being a compromise. So that was done specifically of their concern that we stay true to small businesses. The reason the nonprofit program includes nonprofits that assist local businesses, you have WCI. I mean, isn't that one of their tasks is to support local businesses? So if they wanted to run a particular program to, to do a marketing campaign of some kind or whatnot, this would allow them to apply for those funds. So when I wrote this initially, I was focused on helping households, and it occurred to me, well, wait a minute, we do have nonprofits that actually support the local business community, so why couldn't they apply to do a program? So that was the intent of that. And I guess, I don't know if the chamber has, I think the chamber does work here in Wallingford too. I know it's combined with other towns, so my thought was when I added that language was that it was WCI and possibly the chamber. There may be others, I don't know. So in terms of, I don't know of anything about drafting these things for any particular specific business or nonprofit. I didn't do that, so that certainly was not the intent.
May I also add one comment?
Please.
That in other localities, what we have done or worked with the localities to do is to publicize the availability of these grants, whether that be a town hall meeting where we're present, where we describe what the program criteria are, the method by which ultimately the applications will be submitted and ultimately evaluated, what that process is going to look like. That is in advance of what I'll call the application window opening up. We also make sure that we are available. We give out our contact information to any potential applicant. So if they have questions during the application process about what information needs to be provided, the extent of that, they can contact me or one of the members of my team so we can help them through that process. Other localities have included, obviously it will be posted on the website, but I've seen inclusion in utility bill mailers so that folks are aware of what the application process is. I had one of my clients use the opportunity to update their mailing lists so that they put, with the express purpose of making sure that all residents, businesses, et cetera, were aware of these programs that are being made available. So I understand the consideration. I think there are ways that we can publicize this to the greatest extent possible. One comment I think was made, and I hesitate to talk about the application process, but I just want to talk. You do have a deadline, right? So it'll be a 30-day window or a 60-day window. Invariably, someone will try to submit something on the 61st day and say they weren't aware of it. But as long as we do some of those steps in advance of the application window opening up and provide support during the application window, I think that you've got a defensible position for having publicized it well so it mitigates that risk at the back end. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Janice, why in the business grant program in number 4 do we require negative economic impact beginning in March of 2020 when some businesses were not shut down until later that spring?
Appears your mic is not on, if you can believe that. Or it's not picking you up.
Not picking me up, okay. In item number 4, it requires March.
Yeah, I see what we don't mean that. It can't be something that predates that, so we can fix that. So it's just that would be the starting point of the negative economic impact. You're right, it doesn't have to start in March of 2020, but it can't be January of 2020. I don't think we have anything going on.
But
that's what
January of 2020, I can't conceivably think of someone who can demonstrate, as is required, a negative impact from the pandemic, right? So the clause would be surplusage. I would get rid of the clause beginning in March of 2020 because it specifically says the pandemic.
In the pandemic,
The March of 2020 is anchored in the passage of the act. It was passed on March 3rd, 2020. So what I'm commonly seeing on all that is making it very, very clear that, you know, these are for economic impacts that have occurred subsequent to the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act, which occurred on March 3rd, 2020.
But as written, if they did not have a negative impact in March of 2020, but they did in April of 2020, they would not be eligible. It says.
Yeah, I think we can clean up that language.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
understand your point.
Okay, no problem. So do I need to make a motion with regard to that, or that's understood?
We have a motion on the table to amend already, so we can't have another motion to amend something else. We'd have to come back to that.
Okay. We can't have more than one motion to amend? I said.
Not without taking care of the first, I don't believe.
Well, I disagree, but if we all agree that we'll clean up that language, then I think we're fine.
Okay, and then with regard to Councilor Tada's colloquy about, it appears the business grant program, we are defining the business, the 60 FTE, right? We are saying you can't have more than 60 FTE. But you're telling me that the definition of small business is 500 FTE, and in the nonprofit, you just say small business. So arguably, the nonprofit application would be available to larger, perhaps benefits for businesses that are larger than are in the business application, right? Because I see small business. I totally got, you know, WCI, Quinnipiac Chamber, I understand the intent. You know, they are nonprofits and they service businesses. Maybe there's a different way we can do that. You know, we've identified those two. I really can't think of others. We could specifically say those. I would suggest, because then we don't get into the problem. And the last thing, you know, we're talking about a lot of money. we're talking about the ability to do some good things around the town. I think, though, the application should be limited to submission. There's a certain number of applications that a business can put in. So, it's like last best, right? These are all the projects that I can do in my factory. I'm going to look at them, I'm going to pick the best one to go to government to perhaps pay for. Instead of us taking 50 applications from the factory and perhaps granting all of them, which they would expand the 20,000, arguably.
Well, but if I understood you, if you put a cap on how much money the business can get, then you're basically saying, but if you put in 10 applications, you can get it 10 times?
Well, I understand. No, it says grants shall not exceed, and then there's a number, right? So.
I don't think it's meant to mean that one business can file 10 applications for $25,000 each.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think that's the intent of it. That's certainly not the intent how I drafted it, but, maybe it needs to be clarified, but I don't think so.
Yeah, as drafted, that's the way I read it, but.
Yeah, and I've seen other localities where they have in the criteria say businesses can get a maximum of one project. They may be able to submit multiple applications, but only one of them would be awarded ultimately at the end. Are you indicating that what you would recommend is that businesses be restricted to submit one application, give me your best shot, and
I think
that's...
I think with, all credit to our business community, one is a little restrictive. I think, 2 is probably an appropriate number. That's just where I'm coming from.
Right.
But I just wanted to have that part of the discussion. The other thing is,
Again, just to facilitate the discussion again, would the cap that we're talking about be capped per grant or per business? So if a business is allowed to submit 2 applications, and I'll just use the 100,000 that's currently in there, would the business be able to get 2 $100,000 grants, or would the business be able to only get 100,000 across those 2 grants if both are approved?
the way I'm looking at it, just speaking for myself, whatever that number is, that however the grants are apportioned, that's the maximum number. So they can, if it's 25,000, as we've talked about, then they can put in 2 applications at 12.5.
Okay.
And it is.
Again, I
thought.
want to help clarify the grant conditions, and I think that this is exactly the dialogue that I think was hoped to flesh out by having a starting point like this. So I commend the council for going down this route. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Laffin.
Thank you. I also read it as that being the cap on the whole business. If we need to clarify, great. And I wanted to hopefully ease some of Councilor Tata's concerns with the eligibility requirements from number 2 in the nonprofit section that says nonprofits must provide services, Town of Wallingford, down in 5 and then 5A. It specifically says that this proposal must serve Wallingford residents or local small businesses. And then also further qualifying it back in number 3, they must have already been serving. So somebody can't come out of nowhere and propose a new program with ARPA funding and insert themselves into the Wallingford community in that sense. We have a lot of nonprofits in Wallingford that service both Meriden and Wallingford residents.
I'm very well aware of that.
Yes. And we have a lot of nonprofits in our neighboring towns, such as Meriden, that services Wallingford residents.
Yep.
And I think if the program proposed and the funding is coming from our allocations, it is specifically for Wallingford residents. I know the way that nonprofits have already behaved in their process with Meriden, those proposals are for Meriden residents, and there is an expectation, as practiced by the rest of the country, that we will do the same, and then that similar programs, likely accepted in neighboring communities, would then be proposed here, so that one or two nonprofit, one nonprofit is doing the same type of program in multiple municipalities and servicing the residents and creating their own system of consistency and regularity.
Yep, and the nonprofit in this case would need to be tracking that they are providing those services to residents, and part of the contract that is executed between the town and that nonprofit would indicate that monitoring could and will be done.
Yeah.
That they have to maintain those records to demonstrate that, and that geeky monitor such as myself would be able to go in and make sure that the records support them actually adhering to that guideline.
Yep. Thank you. I agree, and I think I'm more in favor of leaving it at the 100,000 and letting let us see what the applications are and letting the review committee determine. But I appreciate the effort for discussion. Thank you.
I see you standing there. I have one more counselor who wants to talk, and then I'll start the line. Thank you for your patience. Councilor Testa.
I'm looking to make another motion to change. So we have somebody on the board already. If I can come back later, I think we waited long enough. I can table myself for a minute.
Name and address for the record, please, but I think you know that.
Yep, Fran LaFrance Prostino, Jackson Avenue, Wallingford.
You might want to speak up.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's loud. I primarily stood up here because there are small business owners here who've been waiting very patiently to speak. And I wanted them to get up and let you know that they're waiting. Several, if not the majority of you, are small business owners. I think you understand the morning comes early for these people. They're tired. They work 12, 14-hour days. I think you can appreciate that. I do want to make one comment. I don't think 60 is the right number. We're looking at, if all 2,000, what we call small business owners, are approved, that's like $1,500 a piece for a small amount of this thing. Even if it were 13 million, you're only talking 2,500, 2,000. Make it 25. Those are the small people that are really struggling. The small computer people, the many that work out of their homes, that were unable to visit other people's homes, such as masseuse therapists, such as the nail salon people, the hairdressers, the popcorn makers. I think we need to narrow it down to a smaller business. The larger businesses, I think, got a bigger chunk of the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Amy Hodder. I'm the owner of Amy Cakes, and we're located at 236 North Colony Road in Wallingford. Thank you very much for hearing us out today. I've had so much to say in the last 2 hours that I kind of forgot really what I wanted to say, except that I just have some questions for everyone on the panel as well. I want you to stop and think for just 1 minute where small business owners are coming from. I myself, I was a branch manager making $125,000 a year. Fantastic. I worked 40 hours a week. I was in charge of women in business. I was in charge of household growth. I did lending. I see where people are every single day. I left that to take a chance on me. I opened a bakery a year ago. I had no idea what I was doing. Well, I did, but at the same time, I never knew the struggles that I was going to deal with. But my point to that is, I didn't have a salary job anymore. I was relying on our community. I was relying on people right here to come and trust me to make their wedding cakes, to do their dessert tables, to make enough money just for me to survive. So when I hear, let's open a pool, or let's fix a pool, or let's do this, I was brought up with needs and wants. And what was more important? I wanted that bike, but I needed food, right? So that's how I look at this. I look at it as I've sacrificed everything where if I don't get help, I could lose all of that, and then I have to start over again. And I'm not saying give me a handout. I work very hard for my money. I do everything I can right, but there are struggles out there for all business owners. 2 friends of mine opened one in Wallingford as well. Unfortunately, they can't be here. Every single day, we look at our numbers and we say, are we gonna meet this? I have a business loan that I had to take out in order to renovate the entire building. That's $1,000 every single month that comes out of my pay. Do you know how many cakes I have to make? Do you know how many times I've had to call Wallingford Police Department to have them come and escort me out at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because I stay up and I work 20 hours on a Friday to make sure that the 30 orders that I have going out? These are all the things that we do. We sacrifice our time for everybody in this room. So when you want to know where you can allocate or how things can be allocated, helping with just, I don't know, looking at my loan, that $1,000 can be put towards getting me a van or helping me get a van to get more orders out or to hire on more people. I'm not up here to advocate handing out money to people, but I am looking at what can do to benefit our community and how we can give back. I give back. I do donation cakes every month. I do a donation cake for a child that's in need. I don't get money from that. I don't put it out there for Facebook world or social media. I do it quietly. So when I hear all of this talk about how you should allocate or when you should allocate or what people's needs are, these are our needs. We need the help to keep going every day because next month my rent goes up $200 more. I can't fix that. I can't say no, please don't. If I don't pay, I'm out and then I start over again. I don't want to do that. I just want us to be heard, and I want everybody to just think for 1 second, if tomorrow you lost your job, where would you go? What would you do? That's what we're facing as business owners. And all we're asking is for you to think of us first, because that's what this rescue plan was dedicated for and for. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Robin Jackson, my husband Herb Jackson, and our business is Nutmeg Kettle Corn, and we're located at 2 Chapel Street, Suite number 6. We're part of the community. We're very happy to be here involved. I'm a resident and taxpayer of Wallingford. My mom used to work for the school before she passed away. This is the realization with her to be the inspiration to start our small business and our dream. We've waited a long time to do this. This is dedicated to my mother, Ruth Ford. My father's 88 years old, and he comes in and he helps me cut the ribbons for all of my packaging. I'm happy to have him provided to do that for us. If you would like to know what it is to be a small business owner, as Amy says, I concur with her. We work very long hours to provide services to the community. We thrive on helping our community. Been a citizen of Wallingford for a very long time, over 40-something years. And we are very happy to give to the local high schools and any organization that needs to utilize us and our services and our products that we provide. We're not looking for a handout as well, but we certainly could use some help. This is our first small business that we have. We're actually proprietors of, we're shopkeepers. When you say 60 employees for a company is a small business, and you look at mom and pops like us, we don't take kindly to that because we're working 80, maybe almost 100 hours a week trying to get things. I can't sleep, trying to do everything, wear all the hats. I have one employee besides myself. That's it. We had a company out of Westport that needed to have our services. We provided for their employees, for their appreciation. 600 pieces made by hand. Our little knuckles hurt because that was quite a task. And then hand deliver it because customer service is 100% of our creed. That's what we provide. Excellent customer service, delicious, handmade items. We also give a home in our small establishment to other artisans that are looking to start a business. That's the kind of service that we want to provide. We do need funds. I can't make the rent. I'm behind in my rent. COVID set us back at least a year and a half. We had no business coming in. That's my livelihood. That's to pay for the bills at home. I can't even pay myself a salary. I don't make any money. We do this because we believe in our businesses and our services to provide for this lovely and wonderful community that we call home, that we pay taxes into. And we appreciate all of your time as part of our government. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Attorney Smalls. Thank you, Town Council. We do appreciate the hard work that you put in for us, but we just want to be heard and considered that $2,000, $25,000, $100,000 can do an amazing amount of good for our small mom and pop businesses. And there's a lot of us out there. As Fran has mentioned, it doesn't amount to much when you look at $13 million, and 5 of that is allocated to our town pool. We do enjoy having community efforts, but the town pool does not put bread on our tables. We do enjoy having activities that keep our youth intact, but we also need to support our small, tiny little businesses because together, those pennies add up into dollars. Thank you for your time.
I just have a few things to say. My wife expressed a lot of things in regards to the business. Amy expressed a lot of things.
If you could just remind us your name, just so the clerk has it.
Yes, Herb Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Okay. The money was given by the government, the Treasury Department, to help the businesses. It's going to help this town. The business in this, that half the people out here run, it helps this town. The pool, that's going to help too, but the pool only helps a few months out the year. Okay? These businesses run 12 months out the year, 365 days, 24/7, some of them. A lot of people are hurting out here right now. I think that the logical way of solving this problem, you guys have been going back and forth for hours on this whole thing. Everybody has to pay. Everybody wants this. Let's get in. You have the money. Get an application. Get a process down so that people can understand what's going on. Everybody's sitting up here reading off of things. Nobody out here has none of that knowledge. Let the people out here understand what the process is, what the parameters are involved with this, so that we can have an understanding of it also. So we're just not sitting here listening to you guys bicker back and forth. It doesn't make sense. Let everybody have the same knowledge so that we can all understand to make this whole process better. And you made the comments about a subcommittee. Who's on the subcommittee making these decisions for these business owners out here and the people in this town? Is anybody that's sitting out here on that subcommittee to give any type of input? I don't think so. I mean, if this is a town, this is a great town to be in, but let some of the people that are out here that know what's going on the streets, that have a direct contact with the business, be a part of that decision making also. I think that's a fair way of doing it. Not just sitting here listening to you guys go back and forth about things and nobody knows about it. I just hope that we can come to some type of conclusion or some type of resolution to this whole process. Let council make an application so that we can find out exactly what these businesses need. Gentleman up here said, oh, let's cut it down from 100,000 to 25,000. Based on what? We don't even know what these people need out here. Nobody knows what any of the businesses in this town need. Let's get these numbers down first before we start making any cuts or any revisions and different things. Let's find out what needs to be done. Then you can make proper revisions that probably some of these people might say, okay, that sounds good, that makes sense. Rather than hearing something about, oh, well, let's go from 100,000 down to 25. Well, let's bring up to 60,000. I mean, 60,000 people. I don't see any small business that has 60,000 people. 20, 25, 15. We have one. We're able to afford just one person. And my wife had to sit up for 3 days sitting up making 600 pieces by hand. I mean, let's be reasonable, council. Let's look at this. This is for the people of this town. We're not just sitting here juggling useless lives out here. These are people out here who have lives, and they depend on the money that they make to survive. Some people, that's all that they have. Let's take that into account. I thank everybody. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, everybody. Let's do this thing right. Let's stop bickering back and forth about things that, we don't have a solid grasp on. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good evening. I'm Greg Barbiero. This is Mike Salingo. We're co-owners of a Cutting Edge Training Center. We're located on 65 South Main Street. We're right across the street from the Oakdale Storage. A lot of these folks pretty much took a lot of the words right out of our mouths. We're not going to reiterate what they said, but we're just going to tell you what's going on with us. We opened a little over a year ago, and over the winter months, we're a golf and hockey training facility, so we rely on golfers coming in the winter, looking for a place to practice, looking for a place to play, and then in the summer months, we rely on kids. Our expertise is to train them on hockey. We played hockey, we were golfers. We're trying to share that with the kids and trying to help them and make them better. And golf rebounded a little better than we thought over the winter. We were able to get through the winter months, and when I say get through, we're just paying the bills. We're coming out of pocket. We have a loan just like Amy mentioned. We have credit card bills just for us to renovate the building, to put in a simulator, to put in synthetic ice, to put all the training materials there so we can train the kids. And to be quite honest, these summer months are just the spring and into the summer months, we're not seeing the rebound in hockey. To give you an example, for May and June, we've had 2 trainings. In order for us to survive, we need 30. And I'm not exaggerating that. We need 30 kids to train with us. And we're just not seeing that. And, I don't know how long this is going to take. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I wouldn't want to be up there. I mean, it's a tough job. And listening to the dialogue, I just want to say thanks. But I don't know how much longer Mike and I are going to be able to do this because we can't come out of pocket much more. We just can't afford it.
Once again, just to thank you, just like Greg did. My name is Mike Salingo. I've been involved in hockey for better part of 50 years. When we started this thing, there was a lot of enthusiasm with the hockey. I have a lot of friends and comrades that are running the youth hockey programs. We had so many verbal commitments to bring their kids in to train, and we're basically hearing the same thing. We're kind of a smaller facility, and the parents are afraid to bring them into a smaller facility with a bunch of kids. Outside, playing baseball is a different thing. Playing spring football, they're outside in the fresh air. Inside, they're saying COVID has definitely scared quite a few of them away. So we're doing the best we can to keep this thing rolling. Hopefully, with a little help from you guys, if we can kind of all get together and pull this off, we can continue on. And it's definitely going to benefit a lot of the kids in the area. And we just want to thank you for your time and Mayor giving us, all the opportunity to come up and speak our piece. Thank you very much.
I didn't know if I said thank you. Thanks, everybody, and thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. Joe Mira, Economic Development Commission. First of all, I'm a little disappointed that it took us this long to get to this point tonight. I've said it over and over again, I'm a big fan of the pool, but why that was brought up this evening in the manner that it was brought up, I can only say I was disappointed. Maybe not surprised, but disappointed. And I just hope that we can stay focused on what's on the agenda, and what's on the agenda is small business. The compromise that Attorney Small mentioned with the numbers of small businesses, EDC originally wanted 12 FTEs or less, and another number was brought up, so we compromised on the 64. From the get-go, EDC had a standing that all we were looking to do is make these small businesses whole. You know, I hear about other communities, and my mother's voice is ringing in my ear, and I'm picturing myself standing on a bridge, and her saying that, you know, if I went home and said, well, all the other classmates are doing this, and she would come back, right back to me and said, well, if all the other kids were doing it and jumping off a bridge, would you do it? And, you know, that's the way I look at it when we talk about other communities. You know, I've been with EDC a long time, and one of the biggest selling points that I project out to the potential new businesses is that this is a unique town, and I firmly believe it. It's a good town, but I'm really disappointed with the way this whole ARP conversation has gone. I can keep you here all night. I don't want to do to you what some commissions do to us, but I will tell you that it's time to move forward with this. It's time to, this was an easy outline. This was a no-brainer tonight. This was by the numbers. This was almost finger paint, and yet it's 3 hours later. And it's unfortunate we have small businesses saying they're sitting out there, they don't understand. That's a reflection on all of us, okay? And I'm embarrassed. I really am, because we should be further along. You know, we took a vote. Again, I was in favor of the pool, unanimous vote. It was on the agenda one time, and it was approved. Small businesses have been on the agenda for 6 months, and we're still nowhere. 6 months later. So is this a town that's more concerned with projects over people? That's not the town that I know. This is a town that's interested in its people. And small business, as you know, is the lifeblood of any community, and it's run by people. So if we're going to go for projects and talk about projects for 2.5 hours and give the people 20 minutes, I don't see the balance. I thank you for your time.
Mr. Gross.
Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. I have a question to the council on how this is going. When you're asking for, did you receive benefits from the federal government, does this include unemployment and health benefits that were given out?
Well, that, we haven't narrowed to that point yet.
Okay. To the chair, to Mr. Regan, in other towns, do you know what many towns have capped the amount of money that a small business can get. Do you have any idea what a number is for most of those communities?
I mean, that can vary. I've seen 25, I've seen 50, I've seen 100. I mean, and I've seen it open-ended.
Must be a big community then.
They're getting, one of them's getting 29 million.
Okay, so it's almost more than double. Question for the council, to the mayor, and to EDC. Mr. Mayor just said that these small businesses don't know where to go, and they don't. I mean, but the question is, during this process, has EDC, has the town outreached to small businesses to help them navigate the programs that were available and are still available from the state and federal government? Mr. Mayor, or did they go in there and help them fill out these forms?
I think Mr. Mirror is going to say yes. I've heard this discussed in the chambers before.
You know, I've heard this question a lot of times. Our extended staff at the EDC, 1.5 persons. When the pandemic first hit, buckled down and went through all these programs, tried to keep up with all the programs that came out, notified the businesses through the websites, through worked in coordination with the Chamber of Commerce and WCI, making public known of all these programs, answered phone calls, taking phone calls in, referring them out, taking phone calls from funding sources for clarification. Yeah, there was a lot of work done. And I'm sorry we didn't come down and cry about this and make it known, but there was a lot of work done. You know, I've heard this comment over and over again. And again, I can only say I'm disappointed that people didn't realize what was going on behind the scene, but we are a proactive agency. That's what EDC does. We go out and bring businesses to town. We go out with the current businesses in town, try to expand their businesses, try to address their needs. We are proactive. So when COVID hit, we were proactive. Tim, again, in between juggling this, what I've just mentioned, also put together a team of town department heads to go out to businesses to show them how they could do outdoor restaurants, so this way we could be quick to respond and they would have all the necessary aid right there on the spot with all the departments right there. Not only did he do that, but we followed up with legislation later on because it was such a popular thing for the people. Again, this is a town of people, okay? I got to make that clear. And small business is the lifeblood of the town of people. So Tim did work with these other department heads, and he was able to get the outdoor restaurants, as you could see. So yes, we addressed all those things.
And
I hope that answers your question, because if
Partially.
you need a more detailed answer, I'm sorry, I don't have it available at this time.
Okay, because I was
Because I don't spend my time on the internet trying to track down everything that's going on. I mean, I would love to be able to have that kind of leisure.
No, what I was,
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. What I was saying was the programs that were available, the Restaurant Restoration Act, the PPP. I know one of the groups that he mentioned did not outreach, which he just said. I asked him specifically in one of the meetings because I am in their zone. I have a business in their zone, and they never outreached to us about programs. It's just, and I understand, and businesses need the help. I'm not saying this, and this goes to the mayor. I remember being on the phone in a virtual meeting, approximately July of 2021, or earlier, when ARPA came out, and asked the mayor, when are you going to do something? I'm getting some nods from the council. And the mayor said, well, we're still waiting for the final rule, we're waiting for this, we're waiting for that. But that was the time a lot of these places needed the money. So for accusing of the council of dragging their feet, the mayor seems to have all the power. And the mayor did not do anything back then. And then in the fall, when the council wanted to move forward with some things, the mayor said, well, we've got a new council coming in. Let's wait for them, because they'll make the rules. So that just delayed the help to the small businesses and the non-for-profits that much longer. And I just think that needed to be said, because it's a shame. The money, if there was money if the council approves money, it's their decision, partly, I guess, it should have been done, a program should have been outreached much earlier, you know. And for some of the people that are here, I don't know if the programs are still going in certain aspects, but one said they were behind on rent. There was a renters program out there. I don't know if it's still available for businesses, small businesses. It's through the state of, well, it's through the feds, and it's being administered through the state of Connecticut. It's something worth looking into. I don't know if it's still available. I know it's available. Well, it's available for the homeowners.
I think it's closed.
Okay, but the homeowners reopened. So, so if you're behind on your homeowners, you know, your rent, fees, insurance, taxes, the state still has some programs. And that's what I was talking about with EDC and so forth to help those businesses. And lastly, because you're mentioning 501Cs, is this available to the churches and all faith organizations in the town of Wallingford?
It's a good question.
The act is 501c3s and veterans, I think is the other one. That's what the act provides for.
And C3 means?
That does, my recollection is that does not include church organizations, I don't believe. I have to double check, but I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it
I'd
does.
like to double check that.
But it
You know,
was-
I've seen faith-based organizations providing social services using ARPA funds.
Because that would be the follow-up, because they do provide soup kitchens, they do provide nursery, daycare, other programs that might not be faith-based, meaning religious and based, but other programs. So are those qualified? So say XYZ Church does a program with a food pantry, can they qualify?
I mean, I have seen that in other communities.
I'm just asking for the benefit of the town too, also for those organizations to come forward, because those are the ones that are helping the people at ground zero. Those are the people that are coming in looking for food. Those are the ones that are hurting really bad. Thank you.
All right, I see no other hands from the public, and I bring it back to the council. Councilor Testa, you had yielded your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I wanted to propose a change, shouldn't we agree on the other ones first?
So,
Not sure.
for the sake of coherence, I think it probably makes sense to address Councilor Zandri's amendment first, which was to reduce, so on page 2 of the business grant program, grant condition number 2, to reduce the $100,000 to $25,000. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on that amendment?
Allenson?
No.
Carmody?
Yes.
Excuse me. Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
No.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni?
No, the motion passes.
Point of order. Or clarification.
Sure.
I just wanted to, the amendment we discussed when Councilor Fishbein was seeking clarification, I would accept as a friendly amendment, so we don't need to discuss it any further. Or
That's fine.
just to
That's
officially take
so.
care of it.
And your seconder should also,
Resecond.
I think it was Councilor Testa who seconded, so if you
Sure.
agree to the amendment as a friendly amendment, it goes without a vote until the final vote. Councilor Testa, you said you had another proposed change.
Yeah, I want to see how everybody feels about this. I'm not sure I like the idea of the, in the nonprofit application, including services to businesses. I mean, we know there's going to be, there's not going to be a shortage of need out there. Businesses need assistance, certainly they're going to be able to apply. Nonprofits, I think of as organizations providing services to individuals, families. Well, I'm going to make a recommendation that we remove the reference to and/or businesses in the several sections of the application.
Second.
So that amendment is moved and seconded.
If I could be convinced otherwise, I'm open. I thought of the couple of examples that were brought up, and these are organizations that have no lack of ability to come to the town for funding, and I don't see it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Zandri, I had seen your hand before. Did you want to talk about this, or?
Yeah, I actually just wanted to kind of follow up on the last item. Normally, we come back before we call the vote, but you called the vote, but I just wanted to
Apologies.
address just one comment, if I'm allowed.
That's fine.
Yeah, so, you know, again, this has been the premise of the debate over the past 6 months. It ends up becoming a tug of war over these funds. And, you know, I just want to call out the example of the $100,000 ceiling we just reduced. If we had left that and everybody applied and qualified at that level, we'd be able to support 131 businesses if we use the entire 13.1 million. 131 out of 2,000 small businesses. That's 6.5% of the ones out there that might need help. By lowering the ceiling, we just moved it up to 26% of the 2,000 businesses. I am as disappointed as Mr. Mira is about the pool. I'm disappointed with the constant pushback that we are choosing businesses over people. There's not one person up here that does that ever, and I quite frankly, I'm getting offended by it. Everybody can have their opinions, but people are not making their decisions up here based on business over people, people over businesses. We are trying to think about everybody. We're business owners up here. We're employees of corporations up here. We are the mix of people just like all of you folks. We struggle over this, and we've taken 6 months of time, meetings that go to midnight, and we all get up in the morning too. I don't want a single person to think that we're picking any one element over somebody else. But by taking that small action of reducing that ceiling, we just quadrupled the amount of people that we could potentially help at the maximum. That is caring about people and trying to get more people cared about. I'm tired of the insinuation that it's anything else up here. And I'm going to argue that to the point where I'm going to get gavelled down up here. I'm done. We care deeply about this town, about the businesses, about the people. Some of us have lived here our entire lives. We've watched the struggles. We help people out. I appreciate folks have an opinion, and I appreciate the ability to speak your mind. Please be considerate to us, as we might be to you, about the job we're doing up here. We're doing our best. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, similar thought here. Unfortunately, the commission that is the Economic Development Commission apparently does not understand that having good roads, sidewalks, safe community is economic development. Some may think, well, you know, we heard comments tonight about, you know, we're small business, you know, inferring that we're not. I mean, I'm involved with a small business right across the street. If somebody can't drive to my business, I don't have any business. That's all an aspect of economic development. Having a pool, we talked a lot about the pool, having something that's desirable like that says to people that, you know, they're going to come and live in our community. They're going to go to our small businesses. It all works together. And that's, you know, I don't know how we change that culture, but that's what we're faced with. But Mr. Regan, I had a couple thoughts. How do we, you know, you have the application, and then you have the coffee talk. So how do we prevent, or maybe we encourage, individuals from having a side conversation, you know, about their application with the individuals that are going to be making these decisions? I mean, I know that those conversations are happening. A committee hasn't been appointed, but I mean, what do you see in other communities? Is the recommending body confined by the four corners of the document, or are individuals allowed to come to a meeting and get asked questions and that kind of stuff to sort of embellish on their application? You know, I see benefits to both, I see negatives to both, because ultimately, the side conversations are not disclosable. So, we've heard tonight where one business gets $90,000, another business gets $10,000. How do we prevent that apportionment based upon something that's not on the four corners? So I know I gave you a lot there. I think you know where I'm going. I look to you as our consultant.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, is the question, once the application is submitted, how should the committee, as it's appointed,
Or even the members of the council.
Or
I
members-
get a call from somebody, hey, I put in an application, I'd like to have lunch with you. Because ultimately there is going to be some sort of process that this body approves. I mean, is it an ethics thing?
Yeah, I don't know that I've been asked that question before. I will tell you that the communities that I've been involved with who have established a subcommittee, they hold those meetings in public. They're publicly noticed so that all of the discussion and evaluation of those applications are done in public, and the recommendation vote is taken in public and provided then to the council for its approval. Those members that are outsiders, actually every member, so if I'm assuming that the two, at least the way this is constituted, with the chair and one of the other voting members by their employee position, they were already submitting their conflict of interest form under state law to the clerk. All other members of the committee I've seen make those submissions to the clerk. Those positions are approved by the council, and there's a policy that's established that if there is a conflict of interest with one of the members of the review committee, that they recuse themselves, and I've had localities that have gone so far as to remove that person from the room while the discussion of the application that they are conflicted with is had.
Sure, that's in the case of if my business put in an application, I would be conflicted, right? If I'm on the reviewing body. But I'm talking about, somebody puts in an application and they want to talk to me. Are you, in other towns, do they preclude those one-on-ones? Because just looking at it macro, it would appear to be unfair to those other applicants who don't have that communication. And we heard about delay here tonight. The fact of the matter is, this body can only meet at our meetings, which are twice a month, and talk about this. The mayor can meet with somebody every day. And I'm not saying that he has done that, but we're a little bit different here. And I'm just, in your experience.
Yeah, I've not seen anything established on that. That's not to say that you couldn't establish something like that and I'm just thinking out loud here, this is the first time hearing of this, certainly could be something to where at the end of the application, I know we're jumping ahead to the application, but the application would be that they're certifying that everything they're submitting is true and accurate, and that they have or will not have discussions with anyone either on the committee or on the council unless they disclose it.
Okay, so we're just thinking out loud. Have you seen that, or we're just talking this?
I'm just thinking out loud. I have not seen anything like that, but it is certainly something that you could institute if you so choose.
Okay. The other thing is, in the business application, the backup for economic impact. What are you seeing with regard to like tax returns being submitted, that kind of stuff?
I'm discouraging the submission of tax returns because once they're submitted, they have to be maintained. There are privacy issues, all of those sort of things. There's extra administrative cost to the locality for having to maintain those. that what I'm seeing is an attestation by the applicant that this is, you know, information of, you know, to demonstrate their economic, the economic impact. And again, they're making the certification at the bottom that everything they're submitting is true and accurate.
So what's the problem with retention? Because you certainly could have the submitter redact certain information, you know, social security number, perhaps the name. If we said, you know, all officers of the business have to submit their personal tax returns, as well as the business, you could certainly redact that information to protect that. We're going to have to retain the applications because there's, you know, there's auditing and all of that stuff. We're talking about small businesses. So, you know, I know there are small businesses with, you know, a board, but that's rare under this criteria. So I know you discourage it, but also I'm coming back to we are accountable to the public as part of this, why we did this and why we didn't do that. And I'm going to tell you, attestations do nothing for me.
You are also increasing the administrative burden through the application process on businesses, which you've heard here earlier tonight, are already overburdened and, you know, with making struggles to get some of that information. It is a more administratively burdensome process for the applicant, for the evaluation, and for the council. There is also language in the American Rescue Plan Act that does encourage self-certification. That is a very close paraphrase, not quite a quote, but the word we encourage self-certification of data like that is absolutely present in the Act, and I can provide that to you with the authoritative citation to support that.
I'm familiar with that language. I guess the problem is if the feds come in and audit this, or, you know, as part of your process, you audit it, and you ascertain the attestation is fraudulent or wrong, what powers are there?
I mean, you're going to be executing an agreement with the applicant where they're going to sign essentially a contract with the town that says, you know, if the information that's been provided is determined to be false or fraudulent, that they are liable to return that money back to the town. Absolutely.
Okay, and I guess a question for Janice, what protects us from a bankruptcy petition?
Well, virtually nothing protects us from bankruptcy. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that.
Okay, well, if it's check the box again, you know, this is all true and accurate. I'm just looking for some sort of criteria. I mean, after all, this is government taxpayer dollars, and if somebody puts in an application that they shouldn't be entitled to, and that application is approved and it wasn't proper,
right,
they are taking money out of another applicant's pocket.
Right, but they're committing a fraud, and like Jack said, I mean, the Act specifically encourages that you allow for self-certification. There may be something in between that we can do as, you know, if we get to the point where we're developing the application, but, you know, I mean, I think it's a legitimate concern, but, you know, to Jack's point, to have everyone file a full tax return, there may be something, you know, something short of that can be done. I mean, obviously, the nonprofits, their tax return is a public document to begin with, so that's not really a concern for that. But, you know, I think that, you know, that can be explored when we're developing an application to see if there's something in between full disclosure of a tax return and purely a we're not looking for a box to be checked off. We are looking for information, but perhaps we can find something in between.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at if, you know, we are convinced that it's the Rescue Act and somebody doesn't, you know, tax return year one shows $100,000 in revenue, pandemic starts and it's $25,000 in revenue, then that's a rescuable person. You you know, but if they're merely putting on their application, I was negatively impacted by, you know, COVID, and I could have, if I did all of this stuff, you know, made this money, it's very subjective, so, but okay, I defer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Janice, I just saw you reach for your mic a couple of times during the discussion about the ethics issue. Did you want to say anything?
Well, when we have an ethics code, that would be one thing. Two, one person on a possibly 13-member committee not getting the vote necessarily, and it then comes to the council. So there's a lot of checks and balances here, and certainly, you know, we can have some type of parameters spelled out of what our expectations are in terms of how they evaluate an application. So it's not like, you know, we say, you can go talk to everybody you want on your own. We can create, you know, guidelines for how they should act, and that they're discussing applications, it's at their public meetings, and so forth. So that can be addressed, but we do have an ethics code which would apply to everybody.
Mayor?
Yeah, I think anyone who would be planning on making an application really should reveal that at the point there's an appointment, you know, or a family member. No one really sitting in judgment on this should be planning on making applications or family members, et cetera. I mean, I think that's probably covered by the ethics code, but I mean, that's basic realities. I think another community had an issue over a conflict of interest of that kind, and the federal government is not too happy with it.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Councilor Testa, I support your thing, your amendment, whatever we're calling it now, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take it as friendly because I want everybody to be able to speak and vote, but I do support it.
Councilor Carmody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Regan. I had a question, and this, I think, does pertain to whether nonprofits can support businesses. Mr. Gross asked earlier about the tax status or the nonprofit tax status, and it was mentioned that we're not sure, is it just 501c3s, or does that apply to 50c4s, 50c6s?
I believe, and I'm off the top of my head, it's 501c3s, 501c13s, and 501c19s, if I'm remembering.
All right. Just from my understanding, what is a 50c13 and a 50c19?
I think they're veterans organizations is one of them, and I'm trying to remember what the other one is.
Okay.
When I checked, I thought it was just the two, 501c3s and the veterans, but we can double check that.
So a 50c4, which would be an advocacy organization, or a 501c6, which are chambers, they wouldn't qualify under this.
That's governed by the act itself.
Okay.
So we're not going, I
just wanted the clarification, yeah.
Yeah, and I think in one of my memos, that's when I looked it up, that I said you could include veterans organizations. So that would be, so I would be adding that if that's what you wanted. So, but we can double check the act.
No, I was just curious, thank you. And then not on this motion, but I wanted to just echo what Councilor Fishbein had mentioned. I have concerns about the attestation on these applications. You know, there were a lot of programs available through the federal government for businesses such as PPP. And Mr. Regan, I was just curious if you could go through, or if you know some of the obligations that PPP required businesses to, you know, the documents that they needed to file with the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, there were, well, the eligibility criteria that I know about are restrictions on the payroll. There's a certain percentage of that had to be used for payroll. Certain percentage of it couldn't be, greater percentage couldn't be used for debt, utility payments, and such. I'd have to go back and look exactly what was submitted at the original.
That would be my main question is, what documents were submitted for those programs? And I think we should possibly look at that as an example for what we should do here.
Councilor Zandri.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to echo that, and I was actually motioning to Councilor Carmody because he was asking about something that I was going to basically identify. For PPP, you had to utilize 60% of it for payroll, but in order to get the forgiveness put through, you had to supply all the tax records and all the payroll records. So I don't see why. I understand it's going to be overhead, and that's the bad part of having a program that requires this kind of audit trail, because self-attestation, I don't trust it, period. Because all you're doing is you're saying on the signature of, hey, you're committing fraud if you do this. There's a lot of people, let me backtrack that, because this would be my personal opinion. There are some people that are desperate enough that are going to do things that they're not supposed to do, or make the assumption they won't get caught. And the more lax that we are about it, the more likely they may consider attempting it. I see no reason why we can't request these records. They're asking for...
And then what do we do with them? Is it your expectation that either staff or my team will go out to all of those applicants prior to the check being cut and basically audit that information? I don't want to use the word audit, because we're not going to be applying any sort of opinion assurance on anything. Audit's a very specific term of art. But would it be your expectation that we would go out prior to the award being made to the applicant to verify that that information is true and accurate?
I'm going to maybe open it up for discussion. I don't see why it wouldn't, because they're going to get this money. It's just like unemployment. If you apply for unemployment this week, you have to basically self-attest that you didn't work last week. Then you have to put down the job you went to go to this week. You had to make 3 rounds of trying to get work, 1 actual visit, and then supply that information. Who did you go to? Who did you speak to? What's their phone number? People start to say, well, I don't want to have to supply all this. If you want the unemployment, this is the information that's needed.
There's a difference between information needed and then the information validated. I understand that that's the information you want submitted. What do you want done with that information that is submitted?
Well, we at least look it over for accuracy based on what they self-attested to.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, I mean, we've gone way farther than the program guidelines and have gone over into what is going to be the administration of the program. I will tell you that, again, I'm very leery, given the comment made about if other people jumped off the bridge and not making too many comments about what other localities are doing. That extent of pre-award monitoring would be at, that would be very extensive compared to what other localities are doing. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying that, yes, that would absolutely be very extensive, and it would significantly impact the timing of the payments.
Well, again, I think it's something we should discuss. I mean, if it becomes to a point where it's not something we can practically do, then maybe it's something we bypass. But without having the discussion on it, I think we run into an area of how do we prove it? How do we know one person is legitimately communicating an actual loss that they've suffered through, and someone else who maybe got some other assistance, maybe the landlord backed off on the rent and then said, look, I'm good, we're whole, forget it, let's just move forward. There's a lot of gray area in this thing already.
Right. I'm not trying to be flip with the following comment, but I mean, whatever tax return data they would provide, I have no way of knowing that that was actually what was filed with the Internal Revenue Service.
That's true.
None whatsoever.
No, that's true.
So if we're setting that type of bar, I don't know that we're ever going to get there. Because I have no way of being able to get that information from the taxing officials to see that that's actually what got submitted to them.
Well,
So
I mean,
so we do have to take something on the self-attestation.
I think someone's not going to spend time taking the 1040 long form and forging it. I mean, it's going to be something that.
You'd be surprised.
Well, I'm going to make the assumption that if they're going to forge that, they're definitely going to forge this on self-attestation. So I mean, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. I think it's something we should consider. If it becomes too much administrative overhead, I'm okay backing off with it and just being concerned. But I'm not trying to make this difficult for people to do, but I want to make it fair for people. I do want to help those people that have been impacted. And I don't want the people that maybe have already been relieved find some other way to sneak into the program. Have they had PPP? Have they had the other EDA programs? There's other programs they may have already gotten, and they're coming back for more. I want to help the people that have had no help at all.
Right, and I think that
That is part of the outline.
It
is part of the outline.
6, that was part of the criteria that they would have to disclose whether or not they have received PPP, EIDL, restaurant revitalization, any of the number of other acts that were available.
So I'm good. I just want to raise the additional concern, just like others have, that, you know, I'm a little on edge with self-attestation. So, thank you.
So the PPP program was administered by banks, and so businesses that applied for those loans were submitting their information to their tax returns. They were submitting them to banks, which are not subject to public disclosure, unlike our, information given to us. And they have different means and abilities to manage archived information. If it's really important that there's some type of financial information provided, perhaps, profit and loss statements governing, from the period that the loss is alleged and perhaps certified to by their CPA or something might be a safer substitute, because, a lot of small businesses, their tax returns are their personal tax returns.
Well, and also, so you've limited it to $25,000, which is, it's not a small amount, but it's not a huge amount either. And they have to tell you, you're going to see in a narrative what the impact has been. Didn't have any customers for an entire season of our business. And then they're going to tell you that they've been impacted, and this is how we're going to use the money. If everybody assumes that everybody was impacted, well, then so were they. And so when you give them a grant for $25,000, we're saying, but what are you going to do with it? And that's part of the analysis as to whether or not you're going to give it or not. So it's not just the loss side, it's what are you going to do with it? How is it going to help you? So I appreciate the comment, and it's worth looking into as to whether or not there's something, perhaps something in the middle of those two extremes. But the Act does say that it encourages that you not require all of that evidence. I'm not reading somebody's tax return. I mean, who's going to do that? Who's going to understand, and who's going to understand that somehow that substantiates a loss? Is that the only way somebody can tell you that they've lost? They didn't open the door for 6 months. And they have a loss, and this is how they're going to use the money. So I think the concern is perfectly legit. I've had it myself, but I think that we can think about addressing it, understanding that we assume everybody's been talking about everybody's been impacted, so that's kind of an assumption. How has it been? What are you going to do with the money? How are you going to stay in business? How does this help you move forward? And that's as much of an important part of the evaluation as let us see your tax return. So perhaps we can come up with something that's in between, but that's when we get to the application stage. This is hopefully back we're getting to the grant.
Thank you. Councilor Allenson.
On the, let's beat this one to death, the tax returns. I just had a question. I guess if, say, we get to the point of the committee is reviewing the applications and they're really stuck, couldn't they ask to see like the supporting documentation, or if somebody shows up in the yellow category, if you will, where you were not really sure, they've received some PPP, like whatever it is, couldn't that, rather than being something that we maintain, something that is asked for as a backup in like an interview or not an interview, but like a conversation with this committee that is established?
Sure, and I've seen, again, in other localities that, you know, again, the cadence on these has been that the committees go through and evaluate the applications that come in, you know, in some sort of green, yellow, red type format. And any of the yellows, they ask for additional information to come in. And at times I've seen where the applicants come in physically to discuss the application questions that the committee has about the applications. So that is certainly something can be done.
Thank you. I just, you know, from our perspective, I certainly don't want to be on that committee, but but I do definitely respect the concerns about, you know, having backup information. It's just, I also don't want to be responsible for maintaining those documents because, you know, they do probably contain a lot of very personal information. So thank you, and at least we know it's an option. Thanks.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would require 4 years of tax returns, redacted for any personal information, as well as a 4506. 4506, because the problem is the 4506 is an IRS form that allows you to get tax returns directly from the IRS as filed. Because the situation is that we've already given them the money, and now there is a concern that their application may be fraudulent. How do we engage in that activity?
So are you going to ask for that up front before you give them the money?
Yes. That's part of the consideration of the application.
Right.
Because certainly, one of the other concerns is there are plenty of businesses that were failing before COVID. And to now say, basically it's check the box. I was negatively impacted by COVID, no backup.
Right.
Now we're going to float this business, and I'm looking to protect the taxpayer dollars here. So,
for the next meeting for the committee, I want to come back and see if I can provide you with what the timeline then would look like. Because at least based on the information that I've seen out there in the press, the IRS is operating on a 9 to 12 month backlog of processing applications. So if we're going to require the applicant to file a 4506 so that we get the true and accurate information prior to disbursement, we're talking another potentially year to 18 months.
That's not what I'm saying. It's just like when you apply for a mortgage. You bring in your tax returns, but then you also give the lender a 4506. They very rarely use it. But if there's an issue,
in the back pocket. I just wanted to make that clear.
That's it. It's in the back pocket, because otherwise you can't get that information from those individuals. So it's in the file, and if we have a concern, somebody calls the town and says this person lied on their application, then we've got the thing in the file and we can utilize it. It's merely at the application stage backup for the representations that are in the application. That's all. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Seeing no more hands up here, the amendment. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gross. The amendment from Councilor Testa, we need to call the vote on that.
I'm sorry, what are you voting on?
Councilor Testa moved to remove the references to local small businesses from
The nonprofit.
the nonprofit program.
Allenson,
Yes.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri? Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
I'm going to be the lone no vote, but that's okay. The motion passes. And then back to the original motion from Vice Chairman Laffin to move the proposed program that has been twice amended.
Allenson?
Yes.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
No.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
No.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, that passes. Mr. Vice Chairman, before we move on to the next item, do you have anything else under item 8?
Just as originally intended to be included as a couple weeks ago, and then we had, things were put off and scheduling, I became ill. I have the grant review committee, but it also does correspond to the next agenda item, so I don't know if it's better just to move that topic over or to keep it lumped in with the original agenda item. I defer to you. I think if we complete this, it moots the other one, so.
Well, there's two parts. You're right. So we might as well move along to item 9. Councilor Fishbein, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we've been accused on many occasions of dragging this process out. There's been talk about the committee. As I mentioned before, we can only do stuff here when we meet, which is like twice a month. So that's the purpose of the agenda item, and I defer to my fellow councilors as to ideas. Thank you.
Councilor Laffin.
That being said then, Mr. Chairman, I would propose that we consider and accept the document that's the draft that reads Town of Wallingford American Rescue Plan Act Grant Review Committee with the one change to strike Tim Ryan from the EDC line, because this was drafted a long time ago and he's retiring this week, so just take him off and let it be a general EDC member. And there's more discussion to be had throughout the document as with the other drafts, but that is something that I would strike right out of the gate.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Councilor Allenson.
Ooh.
I didn't say Tata. I said your first name. All right. Further discussion on the council. Councilor Marone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So my biggest concern is that the mayor would get 2 appointees plus 2 town employees essentially that are on the committee. So if he were by some way to get 3 favorable council appointees, then he's an unbreakable majority of this group. So I guess my request would be that rather than it be 13 members, maybe it should be 10 members, 9 appointed by each councilor appoints someone and 1 appointed by the mayor, and that could be a town employee, it could be whomever he chooses. And I would say that based on what we're looking at and the sensitivity of the items that we're working at, and sort of my concerns with the good faith and fair dealing that we've been have not worked out so far, that we have a supermajority of 7 of the 10 people to vote on any affirmative item.
Wow. That was more than a mouthful.
Second.
Was that a motion?
So moved.
No, was it your motion?
I'm sorry?
Was it your motion? Was that a motion?
It was intended as an amendment to the
Oh, sorry, could you restate it then?
Yep, so, okay, so that instead of being 13, that it be 10, 9, each councilor appoints someone and the mayor would appoint someone to make a committee of 10, and then a supermajority of 7 would be required for any affirmative vote.
Well, my concern with 10 is that you'd be faced with a tiebreaker, but your supermajority of 7 eliminates that concern. Further comment, Councilor Laffin.
Sure. The original structure I pulled from our Charter Revision Commission format, which was each councilor and then 2 from the mayor, which followed several other committees similar to this as well. The administrative people, as we've said, the EDC I do look at as a separate thing. But I thought that Ms. Miranda from Youth and Social Services being explicitly involved was important because she has her fingertips on the needs of the community and Youth Social Services. She's constantly aware and used to dealing with grants. It would be a strong asset administratively to go through everything. I don't know that she would love or accept to be chair. That was just a thing that I put down there. Multiple people are laughing. I do foresee this review committee also receiving some sort of office assistance, as we did with similar commissions in the past, somebody to kind of organize, correspond, do minutes or something. We would have to include that or plan that in the actual implementation. The intent of this was to get the ball rolling so that we could start making considerations of who to appoint. And then the inclusion in the EDC was just their fingertips on the business. So that's where all that came from. It wasn't meant to give the mayor any sort of stronghold. I just thought they would be valuable, experienced avenues to consider.
If I may, rebuttal, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And that may not have been your intent when it was drafted, but that would be, the reality is that it would give the mayor a stronghold on this particular committee. And the EDC having been the driving force, I'm not sure, quite frankly, I can't say if it's the EDC or the mayor's office that's been the driving force on this process thus far, but I feel like in the interest of transparency, I would rather see this go out to members of the public that we had appointed that could maybe be at arm's length. And if Ms. Miranda was the individual chosen by the mayor's office to fulfill that role, then so be it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Zandri.
Yeah, I just kind of want to lend my support to this. I think I think it's a good way to do this, because what you're doing is you're making like to use your words, supermajority. You're making it 7 votes to in the affirmative to do something. So I think it makes it so that there's got to be a lot of agreement, even if there's some dissension. And to Vice Chair Laffin's credit, no, he did. I mean, he did outline this is the way it's always been done. If there's been an appointment set up, we've all gotten 1, and the mayor's always gotten 2. But I understand the sentiment here and the feelings that we may end up in a situation where we're not able to have a transparent enough process, and I think this is a good way to kind of beef that up. And I don't see, even if there's a situation where Ms. Miranda doesn't get appointed, if the body needed that input, they could invite her to a meeting, and she could outline, or even the EDC could be invited to a meeting. Hey, we're looking for some input. We're going over some information in no different way than we might ask them to come to a council meeting to do this. So I like the idea of limiting it to 10. I like the idea of having the seven votes in the affirmative to take any action, because then it doesn't allow for a bare majority, and it doesn't allow for absences to impact the process just the way we do it here. We'd have 6 people up here, got to have 5 to move it. So I like the thought process, and I support it. Thank you.
Councilor Allenson.
I was just asking the chairman if this would exclude Ms. Miranda's department from being able to apply, but as I guess it would have to be done through a government program. if there was an application as such. So that being said, it limits my question a bit. I actually like the reduction from 13, but I would say to open it to, strike the specific people and just leave it to 1 each and 2 for the mayor. And I think, and with the 7, I think that still creates like some level of agreement, 7 to 4. It's a pretty good, I mean, and even if you wanted to move it to 8, I guess it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I don't know how married you are to the 10, so I'm okay with it, I guess, either way. But I do think that because this is representing, because these applications will represent businesses on one hand and some social projects and social services on the other hand, I do think that while we all are very good at choosing people to vote in our stead, it might be nice for the mayor to get to choose a person from each area if that's what he wanted to do, or be in for himself. So that was my only.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the motion that's on the floor would give all 9 councilors 1 and the administration 1. There's been representations here that's how it's been in the past. I will correct that. I believe, Mr. Chairman, it was the year that you sat on the Charter Revision Commission. I believe this council only gave the administration 1 appointment.
I will correct you. The year I sat, the council, not this council, but that council, gave the mayor no appointments on Charter Revision Commission.
Okay, so that's even, yeah, I as I've said early on tonight, we should be working together. So, the prospect of not giving the administration any appointees to this committee has never even crossed my mind. So, but I think the 1 is appropriate. The 7, to break the tie, I think is appropriate, and I'm supportive of what's before us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, comments from the public? Mr. Gross.
Gross, Long Hill Road. This is for for the town attorney. So this is you're going to appoint people for reviewing the applications. So is a 501c3 eligible?
Yes, for a grant, yes.
Okay, so religious.
Okay, we already said we're going to double check that.
Okay, because
I thought there was a separate one, but I'm.
The IRS says to qualify as a religious 501c3, a nonprofit has to satisfy 2 guidelines, and they're very broad.
All right, that has nothing to do with the agenda item.
Yes, it does, because it says here, for the purpose of reviewing applications, if you don't allow those applications, those applications should be allowed.
We're going to double check.
And it's a very, just so the council's aware, that 501c is extremely broad for religious organizations.
Well, it's actually extremely broad for everything.
Correct.
Everything and its brother can be a 501c3.
Yeah, about 78% of all tax-exempt organizations are 501c3s. So be prepared. So if you're going to let people know, there's a list of who 501c3s are in town. Now, churches and, faith-based organizations might not have the designation of a 501c3 if were established before the IRS code. They don't need to have that designation. They are grandfathered in without that designation. So just be careful on who you send them to, because some of these organizations might be older than 100 years, and they do not need that designation to be qualified per IRS standards. Thank you.
You sound different from that side of the room.
It's the acoustics over here. Yeah. It makes the difference. I think it's the ceiling.
Anyone else? All right, then I bring it back to the council. Yeah, just once again, name and address for the record. I know you already spoke.
Yes, Herb Jackson, 2 Chapel Street. My question is for Mr. Regan. The process that's been implemented by other communities for this whole process, what did they do? What was their process in evaluating applications and just from square A to Z?
I think it's very similar to what we've been doing here tonight, which was establishing the program guidelines that will govern who is eligible for the program, and then you develop the application itself so that enables the applicants to submit the information. There is a review committee that then accepts those applications and evaluates them and makes recommendation to the elected body for approval of those applications. So the process that the town is undertaking is extraordinarily similar to what I've seen around the country.
Okay. So you're saying that the application process, the revisions that the council has made, is the exact same things that you've already experienced?
The application criteria vary from, and the program criteria vary from locality to locality. You asked me about the process, and the process is...
Okay. Well, the application process, so you're saying that it's similar, or is it different from what we're doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we're establishing the program, and then you have to get an application that you evaluate against the program criteria.
Okay. Now, when the government set this program down, did they already have some type of established protocol for this program as to what they require of the applicants?
I mean, the application, the program guidelines are set by the locality based on the broad parameters that have been established under the American Rescue Plan Act. So you got the Rescue Plan Act, the money's given to the localities decide what programs they want to implement. They get businesses, nonprofits, and municipal projects that they evaluate against those program criteria that have been established, and then the awards are made.
All right, thank you. So is there somewhere online that this can be read, or?
I mean, I think that, you know, again, the broad parameters there are certainly out on the U.S. Treasury website. If you look up the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Relief Fund, which I'm not going to acronym because it sounds awful. There are several frequently asked questions documents that the Treasury Department has put together that explain what costs are allowable under the Act, that then the localities have to create the programs that create the applications to allow the spending to occur.
Okay. My next question is for the council. If COVID never happened, this money wasn't here, where would we get money for the pool?
I'm sorry, the microphone's not picking you up.
Excuse me. I said if COVID never happened, okay, where would we get money for the pool, the streets, and everything else that we're sitting here discussing?
So we regularly repair roads with either tax dollars, we get pilot money from the electric division, and at times bonding, and the prior, in 2020, when we voted on the pool, the plan was to bond it if it went forward.
Okay. So now that the town is the 5th safest town in the state of Connecticut, taxes are definitely coming into the town, property prices out the roof here. I mean, so there's definitely tax money coming in. So it seems as though we're still trying to base a lot of these things around this money for businesses, for the city. I mean, the city still has money coming in from taxes, and there's new properties being sold in the city every single day. So I'm just trying to balance everything out. We're sitting here arguing about the monies and how we're going to allocate these monies to the businesses, and just from the tone I'm kind of getting, it seems as though probably some of these businesses aren't going to get any money. But as Councilman Zander said, he's increased the monies by a particular amount, 26%, I think you said, that should go out to the businesses. That sounds good, but let's see just how everything is going to be established and how these businesses are going to get this money. That's going to be the thing. But I don't think the town is doing too bad right now, especially with the price of properties here right now.
Thank you.
Mandy Miranda, Director of Youth and Social Services. So my only concern is moving forward and timeline and the other job responsibilities that I have and how that's going to play out. I definitely need help in moving forward. Sorry, closer.
Thank you.
Oh, that's better. So, like I was saying, I definitely need the help prior to, I mean, there's a lot of steps before, you know, when working with the committee. In the timeline, what are we looking at in the way of, okay, we have the application. So we were talking about the applications, moving things forward. With the job responsibilities that I do have, school comes back in session. I mean, there's a lot of factors in my head that I don't, and a lot of things that I'm working on with collaborations with other agencies in town, other town departments, different things that are coming up that I don't want to fall through the cracks either. So that's just something that's kind of been weighing on me when thinking about this position or taking on this role.
At the rate we're moving, you'll be stuck in the school year, and at the rate that this proposal is headed, it doesn't look like you're going to be on the committee. It's just my prediction.
Okay.
So you got both those things going for you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
The mayor doesn't appoint you to. As long as he doesn't appoint you to.
All right, I bring it back to the Councilor Zandri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to, I have two things now, because the gentleman brought up the point about the taxes. And I've had a lot of discussions this week about taxes, believe it or not, because everybody got their car taxes with their property taxes this week. I'm in agreement with you that property values have increased a lot over the past 18 months, but I want to outline the fact that on most people's homes and businesses, they're not realizing those increases in their tax bill because we only reevaluate homes every 5 years. When the mill rate is set, it's set against the demand of money that we're going to need for the entire budget. That's everything that Chairman Cervoni outlined, and then everything else, police, fire, the whole 9 yards. Because the cars are done every single year, when those book values popped, the mill rate was set, everybody was surprised by those bills coming in. So we don't, to kind of answer more directly your question about, doing different things, where would we get the money for community pool? We would bond that. We would borrow it like you would borrow for a house over 20 years. So when you buy a house over 20 years, you pay almost 2 times the value of the house. So a $7 million pool, that's now like $9 million, it'd probably be more like $16 million out the door over 20 years. And people pay that over that period of time because we would increase the taxes to do it. So it's kind of involved and it's kind of complicated, but your points are well taken. And I want to tell you that I appreciate when people come up and give us something new to think about, because I think that's important. And I want to continue to encourage that. So thank you very much for coming up and speaking about that. What I wanted to come back on, Joe, your motion, I have a concern now because you had indicated the affirmative action requiring 7 votes. I think we should consider any action taking 7 votes, because what if something is cast in a negative to stop and we have to vote to do that and we can't? Like, we're going to not do something, we get 6 votes. I think it should be any action, like the council, any action. We're going to move this, we're going to not move this. Takes 5. If we go to table something, we only get 4 votes, it doesn't table. So would you consider making a friendly amendment to make it any action requires 7 votes?
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
And I'll second the friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein.
Seems that Councilor Zandri and I are on the same wavelength tonight. I really appreciate the gentleman coming to the meeting. It's nice to see new faces here. You're asking a lot of good questions. One of the things that we heard before is, how come we're the only ones that know what's going on up here? Unfortunately, the backup for our meeting is not available to the general public. In my opinion, it should be available on our website. Maybe that's something that we can work towards, and that way we all know what's going on, you guys as well as us. Ultimately, the numbers on the pool situation, we would end up spending, if I recall correctly, about $3 to $4 million more to bond it. So that's where Councilor Zandri was talking about, using today dollars as opposed to over time, and that's the balance. But Janice, I had a question. I'm looking around town, and one of the things that last week we were at the cemetery for the 350, and I know there's been work done on headstones, but supply chain, they were unable to, I think, do as much work as they wanted to. Could the cemetery apply? I think they're a 501c3. Under what criteria, I guess they'd have to claim that supply chain negatively impacted their ability to operate? I'm just trying to fit their need into the program that we're talking about.
Yeah, I think they would show that they've been negatively impacted, and same way how they're going to use the money to get over that hurdle.
Okay, I'm just trying to think about, where this money could be applied. So even though we own the property,
Right,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all I have from the council for comments, and Councilor Testa is mouthing at me to vote. So, you're right. So the first vote is on Councilor Marone's amendment. If you'd please call the roll.
Allenson?
No.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
No.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni?
No, motion passes. Well, the amendment, rather. Now the proposal for the committee as moved by Councilor Laffin and amended.
Allenson?
Yes.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
So we're just reaffirming what we just did, is that?
Yes.
Because the motion that was originally made was something totally different than.
It was an amendment.
Yeah, there was an amendment. I would think that the original motion would die because it was so much different. So voting yes on this just reaffirms what Councilor Marone had moved.
Well, but point of information, so there was other stuff in that packet, like the application criteria and such, that would still be a part of the original motion. So they had sent us a packet with 2 pages of information, so I amended sort of the structure of the committee, but not the rest of it.
Now we're doing the rest of it.
Now we're accepting the whole thing, the whole package, the whole document.
So the portion, I'm looking at this document that says grant review committee.
Yep.
That's the portion that we're voting on presently. We've already voted on the other portions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's this other application stuff, which is just a reiteration, I think, of what we talked about before.
Right.
And therefore, I vote yes. Thank you.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone,
Yes.
Tata,
Sorry, I'm still reading through it because I didn't realize that was going to be a second vote. I'll vote yes.
Testa,
Yes.
Zandri,
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes. If those who all have an appointment to make to this committee, I would encourage you to get that to me by the next council meeting. And on to item 10. Councilor Fishbein, your motion.
Excuse me, can we let him leave? He doesn't need to be here for this.
Oh, do I need to formally release you?
I don't know about that, but just quick comment, in the words of the immortal Hank Stram, we have matriculated the ball down the field tonight. I feel like we have made progress on this, and I know it has been painful. Last time, I'll refer to other localities. You guys aren't alone in this. This is very common for what I'm seeing across many of the localities, and I appreciate the diligence the administration, the council, and the public have taken through this process.
So we're at a first down, but nowhere near the goal.
Long time to get to 12/31/2024.
Until the fumble at the next meeting, but.
Thank you.
No. No turnovers.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Councilor Fishbein, your item 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this process started, there's been talk about the legal authority to make decisions regarding the ARPA funds. I know Janice did render an opinion. I think we would be doing the public a disservice if we did not seek an independent legal opinion. The charter does provide, and therefore, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we hire outside counsel pursuant to Chapter 7, Section 4 of the Charter for the purposes of obtaining an independent legal opinion as to the lawful authority process authorized by the Charter, as well as any other controlling law to expend ARPA funds.
Second.
Moved, seconded, I believe that was Councilor Carmody.
So, Mr. Chairman, I know you sent us an email. I'll tell you that I did poke around and called some individuals to see if they were interested. Everybody's conflicted out that I thought of. So I'm aware of everybody that's on your list, and I guess I defer to you as to how you would like to deal with possible selection of one of those individuals or perhaps another selection.
Well, with all due respect, and thank you for liking my list, which I really didn't come up with. I had lots of help. And I think we're putting the cart before the horse, so I think that's the second half of this action. So if the council does vote to go ahead, then the question becomes, how do we select?
That's fair. Thank you.
Councilor Laffin, then Tata.
While I didn't have a problem with Attorney Small's interpretation, I just want to keep everything moving, so I support the motion.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious where this would be funded from. Will this come out of the council budget or some other place?
Janice, do you have money for us?
Well, here's the story. I have money, but obviously it can come out of that account. Obviously we didn't budget for that as part of our budget, so at some point in time, if we have insufficient funds, you'll be hearing from us, but I don't see why that can't work.
Thank you. That was my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing up on the council. Any questions or comments from the public? There being none, I bring it back to the council. My apologies.
No,
Did I miss you?
You did not.
Okay.
What are you looking for here? Mr. Fish, Counselor Fishbein?
A legal opinion?
As to what and to what end? I don't mean to make it this challenging, like I'm challenging it. I just, we're going to spend some money here, and what do you foresee happening? What are you questioning?
Well, perhaps, well, I'm questioning that the charter expressly says that the council shall have the power to take, purchase, hold, condemn, lease, sell, or convey such real or personal property for the purposes the town may require, and to take by gift, grant, bequest, and devise, and to hold real and personal estate absolutely or in trust for any public use upon terms or conditions as may be prescribed by the grantor or donor and accepted by the council, and to provide for the proper administration of the same. So that language would lead me to believe that we are perhaps charged with accepting and administering funds like ARPA. So the law department has referred us to a different section of the charter, which I don't think is on point, but I respect their argument, and therefore the issue. So I'm just looking for guidance from a neutral, and we cross that bridge when we come to it.
I understand that, and I understand what the charter says. I'm just curious just operationally, what are you looking for? I mean, what's going to happen depending on what decision you get, or we get?
We're not there at this point.
I mean, we do have the authority to make the decisions on approving the expenditures. That's so.
One could.
I mean, is this to say the administration should be out of the picture?
Perhaps. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to step into someone else's shoes. I can tell you that, I had a case about 10 years ago with the city of Meriden, and, the council was interpreting their charter one way, and I went to the Connecticut Supreme Court and proved that the charter was being violated for 20 years, even though the body itself was saying, this is the interpretation. So I'm just saying, somebody who does this stuff, give us a little help, that's all.
Okay. And any estimate what this is going to cost? You poked around, you said.
I didn't ask anybody for quotes.
Oh.
No, I just asked, we have a difference of opinion on interpretation of the charter. Is it something that you're interested in being involved in? That's all.
Does anyone have an estimate, an idea what something like this might cost?
I could guesstimate, but I'm reluctant to do so.
I mean, I can't imagine it's going to take,
way off.
it's not like it's going to require, you're hiring someone for litigation or depositions, and I know all you folks get paid for your time. I'm speaking to you lawyers. So, I mean, is this a 4-hour job? Is this an 8-hour job? Is this going to carry on for weeks? I mean, I'm being a little funny, but in all seriousness, is this $5,000 or is this $35,000? Or should it be $1,000?
If it's $35,000, I'm not paying for it.
No,
But no, it's if you hire an experienced municipal attorney, I would not expect it's on the lower end of the ranges that you mentioned. But I don't want to guess what it would be, but it wouldn't be. I mean, if it's $35,000, you're going to have to.
Oh, that was being way off. I'm very facetious on that point.
Right.
I was hoping, I would hope that this wouldn't be more than a couple of $1,000s. Is that being a little naive?
Possibly. I mean, 2 might be too low.
Okay. I mean, this type of work
somebody's going to so an experienced municipal attorney is going to go through the whole charter. I mean, they're not going to just read a section that anybody points them to. So, and then, but if they're experienced municipal attorneys, they've got the right background to give you a timely, concise, relatively quick That's my thought, that that would happen.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, if there's real concern, that's fine, but you have to also look at the consequences. If there's a disagreement, who decides who's right? You're talking court. Because it's, we're talking interpretations. So ultimately, you have to go to the independent arbiter, which would be the court system. But if you question the law department's opinion on it, that's fine. But I think everyone should be aware that it's not, well, someone else comes in with a different opinion and we ignore the law department's opinion.
A little bit of where I was going to. What do we do next? That type of thing. All right.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Allenson?
No.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
I vote no, but the motion passes. So, next step, how do we choose? So after speaking with a municipal attorney, he offered his services and he also suggested the following colleagues: Richard Roberts of Halloran and Sage, Carrie Olson of Merthyr Colina, Bob DeCrescenzo of Updike Kelly, and Ira Bloom of Birch and Moses. And that being said,
Well, there are those among us who are always real skeptical of when we waive bids and how we make selections and award contracts, so.
well, we presume this is.
You guys are on your own.
No, I think we can safely presume that this is going to be well below $16,000, so we're not looking at the bid threshold. Attorney Small.
So just for the record, Bob DeCrescenzo was the mayor of East Hartford. I served as his corporation counsel. And more importantly, I actually discussed the opinion that I wrote prior to writing it. So might want to take him off the list.
Okay, well, we're down one. I guess we could write to the remaining.
Why don't you handle it as the chair? Are you going to write to them?
Well, I leave that to the council. I'm not certainly not going to appoint myself.
Can I ask, let's just say that we make a motion to select one of these individuals. What is potentially the next step from there? We're empowering you, Mr. Chairman, to reach out to that individual to say, hey, you were on an agenda last night and we selected you?
I would presume to send a letter suggesting the opinion we've received from the law department, your perspective, and asking for the appointed attorney to resolve that.
I've had involvement with all of these guys.
Carrie's not a guy.
Carrie, yes, I'm sorry. For the purposes of moving this, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we select Richard Roberts of Halloran and Sage to address this issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the council on the motion. Council Marone.
So, not being a lawyer, I'm at a disadvantage here in determining which lawyer is most appropriate for this. So, for me, it's essentially a shot in the dark at this point, but does the law department have any opinion as to any of these particular gentlemen?
They're all municipal attorneys, so, you know, I think you can't go wrong with any of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further up here. Questions, comments from the public? I see no takers. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Allenson?
No.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Laffin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa? Oh, sorry. Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni?
I vote yes. The motion passes with or without Counselor Testa's vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that you CC us on?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
On to item 11, which is discussion and possible action regarding the Juneteenth holiday and its recognition by the town. Counselor Allenson, Counselor Zandri, you both requested this. I'll let you two fight it out.
No, we actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually had a conversation during the week, and we're both on the same page. So I just kind of want to introduce the item itself before I make the motion, because I spent a little time making sure that I kind of understood the evolution of this entire holiday. So with a little bit of indulgence, I'll try to make this pretty quick. So Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. It marks the anniversary of General Order 3, the Union Army in June 19th of 1865, proclaiming freedom of the slaves in Texas. It started from that point with the Texas Proclamation in 1938, and it's basically moved forward since that time with different celebrations and by actual legislation in 1979 with different states formally recognizing the holiday. So as I kind of mentioned, Texas was the first state to recognize it in 1980. In 2002, there were 8 states that officially recognized Juneteenth. By 2006, it was 15 states. In 2008, over half the states recognized it in some fashion. 2019, 47 states in the District of Columbia recognized it. But even through that period and all the way through to 2020 was when Texas had actually adopted the holiday as a paid holiday for state employees. It was on June 17th of 2021 with the amendment to Title V of the United States Code that designated Juneteenth a National Independence Day as a legal public holiday at the federal level, enacted by the 117th Congress and signed by President Biden. That's when it formally became a holiday. Now, the reason I offer all that history and background, really in a condensed format, is because I want people to understand the foundation from which this comes from, and then the effort that we're undertaking here tonight. So I want to start with that effort by designating the understanding that while we all kind of discussed it during the different elements of it during our own celebration here in town, I had townspeople reach out to me and request that we do something similar to what Meriden did and discuss it as a council to make it official in Wallingford as well. And there are other cities that have done this on their own, larger cities like New York and Cook County in Illinois. They did it as well. But it's a mechanism that requires a little bit of time. But I appreciated the fact that people reached out because it kind of spurred the activity, and it didn't allow a situation that I kind of lived through in town around the last holiday that was changed, which I'm just looking for, make sure I have the right date. Martin Luther King Day was the last federal holiday to be put into place prior to this one in 1983. And unfortunately, Wallingford's got some history with that particular holiday. So I thought it was great that people reached out to me, and I discussed it with a couple of counselors and decided that, I think it's a good idea for us to bring this up for discussion and possible consideration from our perspective. Now, I'm going to make a motion now, and then if the chairman allows me to come back, I just want to kind of tap off with just a couple of more comments. But at this point, I'd like to make a motion that there be a resolution from the Wallingford Town Council that the town of Wallingford locally recognizes the Juneteenth National Independence Day, signed into law on June 17th of 2021 as a federal holiday, and that the mayor should make all efforts to move forward, making Juneteenth a paid holiday for town employees.
I second that motion.
If I may.
Yep.
It sounded like you read that, and the only reason why
I'll email it to you.
if you could
Yeah.
send that to the clerk,
Yep.
we'd all be grateful.
And that was probably like one of the only motions I ever wrote, because usually I do them on the fly. But I wanted to get that down because, and that's where, if you'll allow me, Mr. Chairman, to come back, I kind of want to outline this for people so that people get an understanding. The mayor is not going to be able to make this happen overnight if it passes on the council. This is something that the administration side has to work with, it has to work with HR, has to work with bargaining units. There's a lot that goes into it, but what I was hoping to bring forward to the council and through discussion here and with anybody that wants to come up and speak on it is that the understanding is that this is something that we want to have happen. I think one of the elements of the discussion around the early efforts with Martin Luther King Day is that it was disconnected, it was disjointed. There were different opinions that came up on what we should do. Were people together on it? Certain people wanted certain things. I wanted to just bring it forward and let us come together on a consensus at a vote. And then this gives the mayor flexibility to discuss it with the different bargaining units, whether or not they want to change a holiday, give up a holiday, do something different, add a holiday. It doesn't box him in on any one element of the conversation. It allows him an understanding that, again, if it passes, it's something the council would like to see the administrative side take action on, and he'll go with it from there. So that's really my introduction and outline, and I'll kind of defer for other folks up here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Allenson.
Most of what I would have said echoes Councilor Zandri's sentiments. I happened to have this holiday off, and I did find it to be very nice that I could go to various town events that recognized, I should say, Juneteenth. While it is a celebration of sorts, it is also a day of homage to a lot of the people who built our nation who are not recognized necessarily. I also recognize that we do have bargaining units that we have to contend with as far as this is concerned. And again, echoing Councilor Zandri, I think that it could be offered as an option. It could be evaluated as an addition. It can be, there are many different ways that we can go with it, but I would like to see it recognized as a town holiday, where at the very least, even if we can't do days off immediately or an actual closure of public buildings, we could inspire similar remembrances that we do have to Martin Luther King Day and partner with the Historical Society in town to bring forth the message about the people who often remain nameless, who helped build our country and town. Thank you.
So I am an employer, and I did choose to give my staff the Juneteenth holiday off. So I am conceptually supportive. However, I don't pretend to be able to do with the taxpayers' money what I can do with my own office's money. And while I am supportive of acknowledging the holiday and all of the people who are to be acknowledged along with it, I would rather proceed to allow the administration to negotiate as part of collective bargaining as it should be. So I would support allowing the administration to do that. I'm reluctant to make or support a resolution because I am concerned that that gives an edge to the union in the collective bargaining process. Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree. I was going to say a similar thing. I like the whole first half of it, but the part where it turns into the paid holiday. Number one, I mean, I think we've seen recently we don't have the authority to do that. So I'm not sure why we would put that in writing and think it means anything. But I also I think there's something to be said too for holidays where maybe you don't have the day off and that could be more productive. So I'm thinking, I don't know if this would extend into the schools. I'm not sure because those would be town employees also. And I'm thinking of there's certain school districts where they do not get Veterans Day off. And a lot of those school districts will have programs that day, or they have veterans come in and speak. And I think sometimes that's maybe more valuable than the students being home and not really knowing why they're off. So again, I'm supportive of the meaning of the resolution in the first half of it, I would say, but the paid holiday, I think we might get into some collective bargaining issues and make it a little difficult for the administration to negotiate contracts. I mean, they certainly still can, even without this resolution. So just us speaking about it, they certainly, the unions and administration can certainly choose to do that, whether we put that in there or not. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So part of what I heard before still didn't mention Connecticut, because at the end of the legislative session this year, we made Juneteenth a state holiday.
Microphone.
In the legislature, we made Juneteenth a state holiday. So I guess a question, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't here for the Martin Luther King Day thing. Is that sort of the same situation where the state has approved the holiday, it's effective next year, and you have the option whether or not to recognize that? Is that where we are?
Well, you can recognize a holiday by encouraging programs, host a program. Anyone can do that. When it gets to the collective bargaining side of things, that is the route for changing working conditions. And holidays and anything that changes working conditions must be negotiated. So I'm not sure how that works at the state level, but certainly at our level, that the requirement is negotiation.
Yeah,
Unless a provision in a contract already says whenever there's a state holiday, you get the holiday. We don't have any contracts like that. It's really what the town, if the town says we're giving a holiday to one unit, I believe police and fire automatically would get holiday pay for that day. So they work all the time, hence they don't really get a day off, but they are paid the holiday pay for that day. Everything else really has to be negotiated.
So we do run the possibility that most of the towns in the state do modify their collective bargaining agreement to provide that holiday for their workers, and Wallingford doesn't.
Well, it depends upon the bargaining process.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the Martin Luther King. That's my understanding of what happened. So we're basically in the same place. You know, I supported the making it a state holiday in Hartford. You know, the fact of the matter is, you know, the day is all about freedom. You know, a large class of people were informed that they no longer had to serve their master, and they were free. I mean, I think it's an important thing. I mean, you know, all we're doing here, I think all that's on the table is essentially a resolution. Sort of like the pool over again, right? It's been the running theme. We can support this and, you know, well, we can't even nudge. We can put on a piece of paper that we recognize this and we leave it to the charter and all of that stuff, whether or not that happens. But, you know, I don't see, I think I know I'm in support of this. Because once again, it's all about freedom. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of elements that I want to point out, you know, like, because the conversation will come up about the city of Meriden. City of Meriden had loosely what I would refer to as a floating holiday, but they also had the ability to leverage it if another federal holiday was created to kind of scoop that one over and utilize that existing holiday element of a floater and take this one and put it into place. I understand everybody's sentiment that's been made about, you know, different things, like if we have to have another, you know, by doing this, discussing this, we've kind of given the bargaining units an edge. They've got the same edge they had on Martin Luther King Day. Sooner or later, we were going to have to knuckle under to that one way or the other, whether we replaced it with a different holiday or not. So they always knew they had the edge. Now that this is a federal holiday, they already understand that. There's flexibility, in my opinion. Now, again, it has to go back to the bargaining units, and I'm not suggesting opening agreements. I'm saying as new agreements are come up, you know, let's get the Juneteenth holiday in there. Let's discuss which other one we might be able to get rid of. There are two in February that sit right next to each other. There's Lincoln's birthday and President's Day. When I went to school, there was what was it, Washington's Day and Lincoln's Day, birthday, and they consolidated to one and got rid of the other one. So that might be a discussion point, and I would think that bargaining units would be very sensitive, especially considering their membership, that they might want to consider that or something else, or maybe they don't. But this resolution says to the mayor, gee, Mr. Mayor, we'd like this. If you have the ability to bring it into the discussion, that's great. If the union says no, then the union says no. But we are at least on our side to be able to say, we'd like to see this through. This doesn't make anything happen, but it says, hey, we'd like to take the opportunity as this body up here to say, we would like to formally recognize this and take whatever steps is necessary and reasonable to get us there. We understand police are always working, the fire department's always working, and the electric division, if they get called in on that day, they're going to be working, and so on. Public Works, if there's a problem, same deal. These things are not insurmountable, and I believe that, you know, again, by and large, it's a small amount of discussion to be had during a bargaining discussion, but without knowing where we sit, the mayor can't even direct the conversation. And I want to be in front of what I believe is the next Martin Luther King Day discussion here in the town at a large level. And I think this is prudent to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Carmody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to echo much of what was just said. As was mentioned, Juneteenth has become a federal holiday, and Governor Lamont signed into law Juneteenth as a state holiday that will become effective June 19th, 2023. And I believe this is an incredibly important commemoration that has not received the recognition it deserves, and I fully support this motion. And I thank Councilors Allenson and Zandri for bringing this forward this evening. Thank you.
Councilor Testa.
I would thank Councilor Carmody for saying what I'd like to say. That was perfect. I fully support this. Very proud to be able to vote yes on this. And thank you, Councilors Zandri and Allison, for doing what you did.
See no other hands on the council, members of the public. All right, there being none, I bring it back to the councils for a vote on the motion.
Allenson?
Yes.
Carmody?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Laughlin?
Yes.
Marone?
Yes.
Tata?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Zandri?
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni?
Yes. Motion passes. Item 12 has been withdrawn, and we are on to our executive sessions. Can I get a motion on 13, 15, and 17?
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statute Sections 1-225F and Sections 1-206B to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Godberg versus Town of Wallingford, and to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Town of Wallingford versus Henry Bercier, and Section 1-206D with respect to the purchase, sale, and/or leasing of property.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I declare the council in executive session. Kindly clear the chambers if you're not part of the executive session. All right, I call the meeting back to order. Can I get a motion to go back into public session?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I declare the meeting back in public session. Can I get a motion to authorize settlement regarding the matter of Godburn versus Town of Wallingford as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Can I get a motion to resolve the matter of Town of Wallingford versus Henry Bercier as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, I declare the meeting adjourned.
Oh, my God.